That's interesting. If you do not like your character's build, you can always drop your character's current progression. All experience is refunded, you may even select a different archetype. You just do that whenever talking to the high factotum. That's cool. If I ever get really stuck with my build, I guess. Or if I find out I did it fucking wrong. That'd suck. But not as bad as it could, because they'll let me change. Just have to reload a save, I guess. There we are. So, last we left off, we had, we recruited a tech priest. Reich had Minoris. We went through all his shit. It was that really, really difficult fight of having to take down the heretical electro priests in time. I had to run that fight 3, maybe 4 times before I finally won. Part of it was that I kept breaking the veil, and so demons were spawning, but another part was I was focusing way too much on the demons. I was considering getting these, because that just seems useful. It's just, you charge now doesn't cost AP. Charge is real dang good. Extra action point on Bring It Down could also be nice, but if I got this, I couldn't also... If I get one of these, I can't get the other. I don't have that much profit factor. But I think... we want to go to the bunker. Heinrich's is useful because he can help prevent wounds with his healing. But... But, okay, Cassia and Heinrich's might be overdoing it, is the thing. And plus, that's now 3 melee characters. That's probably too much. I guess Heinrich's isn't strictly he's a warrior, he's melee. Idira, I just can never get behind. I know she's got all these useful warp abilities, but I don't care. Let's get Pascal his new level. See, Pascal being hybridized between melee and stuff, actually pretty useful. This just letting him move more if he has to melee is pretty good. Yeah, this is actually not bad. Though... Oh, the distances are right. He just seems a little off-center from the rest of the party for some reason. Greetings again, your lordship. I am ready for my triumph. Excellent. We'll see each other at the square then. May the light of the throne be with you. The golden throne, right? Is there another throne I'd bring up? Just being sure. Fly to the upper way. Go to the upper way. The Master of Ceremonies. Are these guys all wearing red? Your Lordship, Peerless Lord Van Valancius. I am the Master of Ceremonies of Reichad Minoris. Everything is in place for your triumph. Allow me to give you a brief summary of the upcoming event. Speak. You will take the road, now familiar to you, from here to the starport. You will be accompanied by your comrades in arms and a guard of honor. The body of the heretic known as the Prophet Aurora will be pulled in your wake as a battle trophy. A stop is planned in the middle of the road. There, grateful citizens will rush towards you, praising you for their salvation. And you're sure none of them are carrying grenades? Not to worry, there's a thoroughly choreographed interlude. The group of the grateful people will be composed exclusively of loyal citizens vetted by us, members of the military. Young people, attractive and physically fit, few healthy children. You're gonna make it look as good as possible for the cameras, huh? There's cameras, right? Once they've said their praise, the procession will move on. Governor Medina will await you by the starport. It is also where the pyre has been built for burning the body of the heretic known as Aurora. You'll be handed a flamer blessed by a representative of the ecclesiarchy. You can choose to personally perform the burning, but if you wish to underscore the amicable alliance between House von Valancius and House Winterscale, it will be fitting to pass the honor of the burning to Governor Medina. However, the choice is yours. Let's see. Yeah, that works. Of course, your lordship. I feel like I almost worry that I'm too comfortable with Warhammer lore to be able to enjoy the sheer madness that is this game. Because imagine someone who really doesn't know it and is playing this, like, after coming off Kingmaker or Wrath of the Righteous, where, yeah, there's certainly some darkness to that fantasy, but it is not the grim darkness of the future that Warhammer is. So they're expecting, like, a genuine heroic tale, and so they'll try to be an iconoclast most of the time and continually struggle for weird reasons. Surrounded by evil-repelling emblems, Aurora's corpse looks like a tiny island of gloom in the glorious ocean of your impending triumph. The governor's people must have put a lot of work into protecting the body from decay, as well as sawing off the grim iron face mask. The dead prophet has the weary, unremarkable face of an utterly nondescript commoner. The one aberration of her appearance is the many small mouths on her cheeks and forehead. Oh, is that right? Chaos corruption, good to know. They have been painstakingly sewn shut with a thick thread and plastered over with a layer of face powder. The cosmetics transform the heretic's face into an eerie mask. The corner of her mouth is frozen in a hint of a grin, wryly mirrored by her lesser mouths. Are you pleased, enemy mine? The grin seems to ask. I wish I could learn your secrets, Aurora. You died too soon and never revealed them to me. Not a sound comes in response, but as soon as you blink, corner of the corpse's mouth seems to move upward by a hair's breadth. Or is it just your imagination? Wonderful storytelling there. Mount the tank. Not you. They're all huddled together. Can't see a thing back here. Glory to the Redeemer. Glory to the Von Valancius dynasty. Actual Road Traeger in the fresh. Never seen Lord Winterskill. Reich Adminoris welcomes you. Look, a holy sister. May the light of the Emperor be with you. This thing's fucking heavy. May your glory shine through the ages. Should have found a spot by the starport. We picked a shit spot to do this. Make way, make way. Let us greet the hero. Festively dressed people. Chose for a group of planted adulators to approach you during the triumph. Yeah. Glory to the Von Valancius dynasty. Glory to Unga, the hero of Reich Adminoris. A stately, beautiful, and finely dressed woman calls out your name in a sonorous voice. It isn't until you take a closer look at her face that you recognize her as Captain Raquel, the pilot you met on Reich Adphilia. Oh, hey, Raquel made it. Cool, cool. I have no reason to distrust her. Grateful citizens wish to present gifts to their Redeemer. The Master of Ceremonies' sugary voice almost brings a taste of honey to your mouth. For whatever reason, you know for certain that right at this moment, the gaze of Aurora's dead, empty eye sockets is fixed upon the back of your head. A thought surfaces in your mind. Not a voice inside your head, no, a mere thought. They're all going to die. Befuddled, deprived, never having seen the truth, and it is all because of you, enemy mine. Just a thought. Maybe I'm just being paranoid, but I also thought I saw it smile earlier. I don't know if just me thinking something is enough to stop a ceremony. And I'm not actually hearing a voice in my head. I'm not. I know what that's like. The Emperor drove that out of me, but I recall it happening. Let's see. I'm going to ignore this feeling, because in real life, I've had this kind of thought before, and it always means nothing. My pleasure to protect an Imperial world and its honest inhabitants. May the light of the Eternal Terra shine on us all. Reich Adminoris honors the Emperor and bows to his most loyal servants, the rogue traitors. I'm sensing something. Boundless, blue, golden, dark. Something is coming, Domin. An unholy death contrary to his will. Cabela's eyes are blank. She digs a steel claw into an unhealed wound. Oh, god damn it. Behold, behold, behold the final dawn. Weapons out, people! Ooh, damn. Yeah, it wasn't hard to guess something was gonna happen during the procession. Oh, I guess nothing of actual consequence happened. Or... ah! Heresy! That person spawned in right there. What the fuck? Are they turning off the sun? Oh! point. I'll be damned, they turned off the sun. Huh. That's not fucking good. I didn't think the final dawn was being fucking literal. Ugh. Prepare for battle. That looks not good. High chance to kill on this. I was correct. And then chop him up. Well, just all over the place. Chopping them up. Shoot that guy. Good job, Argenta. You definitely for sure shot that guy.
Out of my way!
Ooh.
Death to non-believers!
Ha! You missed. Voice of command on Ngoth. And then Air of Authority. And then So command, bring it down, Ngoth. Let's see. Analyze the leader. Then expose the weakness of the leader. Activate your surefire plan. And then blow him the fuck up. There we go.
Stay vigilant.
I don't know if that was the right thing to do. I don't know if that was the right thing to do. Or that. Shot. Yes, your weakness is exposed.
Moving out.
If any of the allies decide to shoot at you, yeah, see, like that.
Serve the ruinous powers.
Jesus. Charge. That actually removes all his movement points. I didn't realize that. Oopsie poopsie.
To the weak.
I should have had him endure anyways. Up. That guy died. Come Cabela almost killed that guy's girl. She tried to run away. You missed a bunch of times, and the one time you didn't miss, it was dodged anyways. Chop.
Weather the storm.
Ooh, Raquel actually doing something. Foolish decision. That was not in your best interest either. Y'all just running through this shit. Oh, Jesus! Okay, I see why you did it. Aha!
Chaos guides me. Chaos guides me.
Alright. Oh, more of them. Great. That's what we needed. Would you slit this guy's throat for me, Cabela? However fast you feel like doing it, just make it happen. Ooh. Blast him up. Not quite how that needed to happen. There we go. Ah, hit your own guy. Idiot. Voice of command Argenta to give her a little heal. Just lots of temp hit points. All temporary hit points. Then tell Ungoth to bring something down. He will. Like that.
Strengthens me.
You gonna shoot that guy? Well, you did. You almost shot me as well. Dipshit. So many stacks. Expose all those stacks. Well, a lot of them, actually. Actually decreased his max health from how bad that was for him. Chop. Endure. That worked.
Follow my lead.
Ow. Ooh, dead.
Death to non-believers!
I serve the ruinous powers.
You think that makes you cool? Probably kill this guy. I mean, minimum damage 8, I'm inclined to believe. Chopped. Probably should have used this first. Probably shouldn't have done that either.
I serve the ruinous powers!
You're a power. I'm sure I meant that as an insult, on some level. Alright, just stare right there, Cassia. Oh, damn, did you hit... Ah, I didn't mean to hit her. Shit, I didn't see she was in that. Ah, that sucks. She just barely got caught in that. That's lame. This guy is so exploited. No, I'm doing this wrong. Move here. Charge him. And then... Kerchop. Dang it. I didn't mean for her to die. Time passed 5 minutes. Your comm bead comes alive. Vigdis's voice struggles to get through the thundering static. Lord, this is Master. Please, send a... Vigdis, what's going on? Pete. I shall fear no darkness, for light is within me, the light of my faith in thee. I shall flee before no enemy, for there is no enemy more terrible than cowardice, and I shall overpower it. Argenta prays aloud, all the while checking her equipment with deft fingers. Cabela gives you a faint smile and whispers, "A great dance begins. But I am still with you, Domin. Fear not, for I will not let your soul fall into the clutches of the unclean. If it comes to it, I will be quicker than them." Actually, I've seen what chaos does to people. I think I'd prefer that, yes. Red, black. Lots of blinding white fear. Whole city's quaking, no, the whole world. Let's talk more action. What's Victor saying, Lord Captain? Are they going to send a shuttle for us? En route to the starport. Hear that? The star... Spinning. Observe disappearance of the star from... Evacuate. Calm falls silent. Many eyes stare at you. Anyone have any idea what the fuck just happened? The final dawn. We stopped short of puzzling out the enemy's entire plan. Oh, Emperor, forgive us for this negligence. I swear we will find a way to right it. A chill runs down your spine. You seem to feel Aurora's gaze upon you once again. I mean, it's not coming from her corpse any longer, but from everywhere. What we do now is try to make it to the starport. Rogue traitor, we must help these people evacuate. The Emperor himself has entrusted their fate to us. Sense of alarm keeps growing stronger, as does the sensation of an intent gaze fixed upon you. That's it. Let's move out. Hey, a flamer. Chainmail. I don't need. The hand flamer, I guess I don't really need that. Oh wait, Raquel survived even though she got knocked out. Yeah, works for me. Yeah, I'm glad. I was upset that I accidentally blasted her. Oh, she's injured. Okay, then she runs by the same rules we do. We still won, so she's okay. So many weapons. Where do they get all this shit? Why didn't this one fire at all? Is it not real? Whose idea was it to use fake tanks in a procession protecting a real important person? I'm real wary of these, like, chaos spikes everywhere. Alright, I didn't say we were gonna help people, but I can still look around for people to save. Oh. This at the command center. It didn't auto-save or anything. I should probably save more frequently or something. Oh, hey, there's just a foot down here. Who were you, I wonder? Guardsman or Chaos Soldier, it's hard to tell with low resolution. And it's just one Enforcer and Pilot Raquel survived. Glory to the Lordship, hooray! You don't gotta force it, man. We can run. Shooting in a burst, yeah. Press any key. Oh, look, more of those. I guess the veil is degraded to fucking 0 at this point. There just isn't one anymore. Oh, you think you had won, enemy mine? That's not what enemy mine means. You vanquished Twilight, you cut down Aurora, but she was only one of us. You hear me? From the depths of dead stone, from his prison of cold metal, he will rise. The hour is nigh. You're capitalizing his, but you only do that for the Emperor. Prison of metal. Is this one of those insane resurrectionist cults? Who think they need to unplug the Emperor to let him actually resurrect? And they're gonna shut down the entire universe to let him come back and just say, well, hard reset, he can fix it after that.
The glow of emergency beacons in the darkness is more familiar to me than the light of any star. Follow me, Domin. I will guide us.
The world is crumbling. The star has gone out. And she is looking for the positives. The grit of a true Voidborn.
You have to admire it. Hey, by God. One thing, she is optimistic.
How many righteous servants of the Imperium were felled by a weapon intended to aid them in the struggle against the faithless? Shot down in flight, with no chance to defend themselves or to complete their mission.
Fewer than if we had done nothing.
I pray for their souls, and I pray that the Emperor guides us to the leaders of the heretics guilty of this wicked deed. To be a weapon of righteous retribution would be a destiny beyond imagining.
Yeah. Oop. We got... Oh, cool. That's what was required. Abelard, get up front. Argenta, hang back a little bit. Cabela, get up there. Cassia, stay in the back with me. And Pascal, you head up there.
Death to the weak! Ah!
Haha! Patty!
Chaos guides me!
Haha! Patty! Okay. Let's start laying into the big one here. Really, just make it as dead as possible. Hang on, I should check. Does it have weak body, weak soul? Oh, that's a thing I put on it. Void bite has bestial rage. Okay, it doesn't have a consume thing, so it can't just regain all its hit points. Yeah. Yeah. How'd you miss your own guy with that? What? Oh, they're all aware of us. That's not good for me.
I bring ruin.
Especially because of how long that means this is gonna take. Give him this one.
Out of my way! Death to non-believers!
You're a non-believer. You don't believe good enough. Oh, it's coming around here. That's not going to be good for us. Boom. Analyze. Machine spirit banishment. Keep chopping him up. And then... there we go. And move slightly to be in cover.
Crush the
Abelard, could you deal with this for me? Halfway there. Just one more. Thank you, Abelard. Voice of command. Air of authority. And then bring it down, why don't you, Ngoth? Only have 2 AP, so can't go all in on this. Does this cost AP to use? Yes, it would. Let's see if I hit. Yeah, that did it. You move a little away from there, Cassia. Get into some nice big old cover for you. Patty.
High momentum.
You have more weakness. I'm gonna expose it. How you feeling? You still have a... Okay, if I were to go critsies, chances would be not as good. Precise attack. Let's quick set up a surefire plan. Did that hit? Yes, it did. Dumbass. Oh, good, another one. Good thing they don't move that fast, so I can pick them apart with sniper fire. Just slowly blast the ever-loving fuck out of them.
I serve the ruinous powers!
Didn't work. Ooh, that one's getting close. Thank you, Pascal. Analyze that thing, why don't you? It looks annoying. In fact, expose how weak it truly is underneath its flesh. In comes the spawn. Alright, Cabela. Chop it up. They actually chopped it up quite well. Raining blood. That might have been unnecessary. I might should have not done that. Ya missed! Abelard, old buddy, old pal, please get over here. I need you tanking. Not line of... You can't see him from there? Alright, give it to Argenta then. Ah, dang it. I'll give it to Argenta again. Controlled shot. I did that wrong. Should've just shot the damn thing. Have an air of authority. Move over here, Kasia. Fire-starting cultist. Oh, look. The warp. It's just busted forever. That sure feels nice for us. Oh, look, I decreased its max HP by a lot. And then I shot it. What'd you do? Gloomy premonition clouds the mind. Stop doing that. Argenta, please unload as many bullets as you have. Thank you. That was quite a few bullets. Now, dash back towards cover. Or at least towards where Abelard might be between you and something murderous. Nice shot, dumbass. Aha! You missed. Pascal, could I bother you to kill that thing? It is a little in the way, isn't it? A little out of the way, I should say. Oh, I'm using the wrong thing. Okay, yeah. Line of sight to the target. What if you were here? No. What if you were here? No. What if you were here? Some. But it'd be low chances. Here, so you're still in cover. Then start picking apart this thing's... Like, really look at this thing. What's it about? What are its ideals? What are its philosophies? Then tell them it's wrong. We're making another Ted's... Fucking the Unabomber. I can't remember his actual name. We're making him again. Blow him the fuck up. Get over here. Kilt. Ow. You shot me, you bitch. Abelard, just get out there. Endure. Give Pascal a little voice. He got banged up a bit. There you go, Pasky. Don't worry, I promise to never call you that again. Unless I forget, in which case, sucks to be you. Pascal, could you bring something down for me? I'm not quite sure what yet. Try to blow him up with your... No? Okay. Thanks for trying, though.
High momentum.
Let's see. I see this thing? No. If I were here, I could see it. Over there. Look at that bastard. I don't like him. He deserves death. Of whatever order I feel appropriate at a given moment. Shoot that guy, by the way. I don't want him interrupting us anymore. Cabela's dodge chance is so jacked up. I love it. So... yeah, it has a 30% penalty to both dodge and armor forever. Yeah, even my probably worst aimer. You get there, then dash here. Run and gun. Good job. That's our girl, Argenta. And free reload, because your first one each combat costs you nothing to do.
Chaos guides me.
You missed. You know what? Try. Yeah, I didn't think so. Should have put more things on him first, but you didn't. By you, I mean me. That thing's probably not gonna get another turn, so expose its weakness regardless, but... Kaczynski, that's how you say his friggin' last name. I was gonna go insane. I did that wrong. Get his ass, Abelard. Yes. Yes. Ingoth, be a dear. Kill the last one.
High momentum.
Yay, level up. We've actually maxed out the, first archetype then. Oh, yet another upgrade to dismantling attack. Yeah. I guess this is another upgrade to just their special Finest Hour. What does Finest Hour do again? Ally an extra turn, full AP and MP. During the next turn, there is no attack. During the extra turn, there's no attack limit. Yeah, that's really strong. What do I have on it? Other non-attacking abilities cost 1 less AP with no minimum other than probably 0. They get temporary wounds, 15 in her case. All negative effects are immediately removed, and it cannot die. That could be nice, a good emergency button, but I feel like she's pretty good at giving them temp wounds, and I'd rather do this if they were that close. Removing negative effect, a 100% debuff cleanse could be useful, though. Extra 15% damage, and they have the effective voice of command forever. I think being able to cleanse everything, I can foresee that being very useful. Alright, Death Waltz. Which... that's Death from Above. Death from Above against a target without spending a charge, immediately making a melee attack. Repeat this combination up to 4 times against random available targets. If it's impossible, they only make a melee attack against a random available target. Can be the same enemy. Let's see, and I have... oh, it immediately granted her 4 charges of Death from Above. I could have been using that, yeah. I could have just spammed that to end it right afterwards. Her dodge is already really high, and I'm usually using this to finish a fight, so I don't see this being too useful. Reduce weapon skill by 2 plus agility bonus over 2. Decrease their armor and dodge. They stack forever. Immediately heal to full. This to just cripple whoever she uses it against. Firearm Mastery. Extra attacks equal to their weapons rate of... max weapons rate of fire. Using the weapon attack that normally costs the least AP. Do not spend AP. Yeah? It has... all the soldiers' attacks are 20% harder to dodge. And they gain 10% armor penetration, because this I feel like I can use early on and use well. Just rate of fire bonus that's decently large, 30%. Daring Breach, all AP MP, gains 3 MP, do not lose MP. It's basically the same as Soldier, but for weapons. And he has 4 MP for each kill, use their MP after attacking or using abilities. This to let him just charge through would be nice. Or dealing an extra... yeah, that's only 2 damage. This to make him an absolute unit, or this to let him charge through? This to let him charge through, because he's already a unit. And me... provokes an attack of opportunity whenever it attacks. Make them not move next turn, reduce their weapon and ballistic. Apply to everything in a 5-cell radius around them. I think half the effect on everything around them, in case I'm aiming at something big. Let's go around collecting our spoils of war. Only the stuff that's safe to touch, obviously. Let's see. Heretical Follower. Base armor property, 5% armor against ranged attacks. It's not even that good. We have here, Telepath Staff. Telepathy Staff. Wielder of this staff, power level 9, gains Vision of Death. Available in its heroic act. Actually, because this is unique stuff, it can go to the inventory, but I'll probably just not use it. But going to the inventory is different from... I don't want to put it in cargo and accidentally sell it, in case maybe I get a cool heretical follower later, though the way I'm role-playing, I don't see that happening. I see myself executing them on the spot when I find out. This is just the beginning, enemy mine. Do you know what that phrase means? Enemy mine means temporarily working together with an enemy to face a more powerful foe. Now, if that's what you mean by that, no, I deny you. There is no such thing as a lesser of two evils. There is only evil and evil. I'll just kill both the evils. That's how it works. Coming, one following in the other's footsteps. The aurora of the morning and the aurora of the evening. Which one were you? The aurora of midday? Get to the starport.
The anarchy at the starport will distress the hallowed machine spirits of the Voidcraft, rendering them deaf to all litanies of placation. The shuttle we use for the evacuation must be handled with caution.
There's shit around, be careful. Got it.
Hernamen. If we find a working shuttle, we will worry about restoring the machine spirit equilibrium once we're back on board our ship.
Abelard also makes a very fair point, Pascal. Maybe the machine spirit can take one for the team for once. Obscure glyphs have been scrawled on the rockcrete. Their unnatural shapes are physically repulsive. Yucky. Ew. Judging by position of the bodies, the soldiers walked in a sniper fire and died before they knew where it was coming from. I already went up here and got this chest, so I think I already checked that as well. Oh good, more enemies, but it looks like the Veil isn't absolute crap here right now. Been ambushed, the battle begins.
Let's get to it.
This is just more rebels. Motherfucker said the rebels were done. Did he just kill 2 of his own men? That's really funny. He should do that again. Yeah, see how funny that was?
Let's make it quick.
Ooh, Abelard, you good, pal? Not that many enemies in theory. Ow. Don't sprint all your thing at once. Note to self. Very low hit chance, but there was no reason not to try. Goth? Bring it down, would you kindly? Yes, ma'am.
Hold on.
They got sharpshooters up in here. Oh, Pascal. Ah, that one fucking hurt. I can't get a bead from anywhere. Just have to reload and sit still. Yeah, God fucking damn it. I do not like how they handle traps in this game. Because it really is just see them or be punished forever for the first one that gets you. I don't know, try. They're so far away and there's so many fucking mines. This is annoying. I know that's the point.
Here we go.
Do you mind? Pascal, just sit down. Yeah, of course not.
High momentum.
No, it's not what I meant.
Out of my way.
Jesus Christ. Alright, he's made a fatal mistake of getting into my sight line. Dunskies. Alright, chop him to pieces. Cabela, take these apart for us. Put one of these on Pascal. Rather him not have a ton of fresh injuries. Every one of the dead have had their eyes ruthlessly burned. Yeah, they would, wouldn't they? Mezua pattern sword. Sure. No, come on. Cabela. Oh, what, he could literally stand inside of his own fucking trap and not set it off? That's bullshit. An entire procession of cargo servitors was destroyed by gunfire. Not a single one of them attempted to flee. Yeah, I think this is all the same stuff I went through first time I ran through here. These guards are still here. Anything change in this room? Probably not, but let's look. Captives. Gonna die here, just like that. When the nobles evacuate, we're all gonna die. Caustic smell and oily stains. Promethium was previously stored here. Must have fallen into the hands of the heretics. I don't know who let that happen. It felt the need to save there. That bodes ill for me. Alright, what's happening here? The hell's going on? The stench of physaline and blood blankets... the stench of physaline and blood blankets the starport. Echoes of shouts and gunfire drift over the landing pads. The shards of plexiglass crunch underfoot. You recognize Sergeant Malgar amid the crowd huddled next to the shuttles. He was a soldier who greeted you upon your arrival on Rykad Minoris. A group of bloodied and frightened people is wedged between Malgar's wardens and the shuttles. You recognize them as the governor of the planet and the members of his high-ranking entourage. Their expensive attire has been torn in the fight and many bare wounds left by bayonets. Examine the people in front of the shuttle. Some of the nobles are paralyzed with fear. Others have succumbed to despair. 2 corpses are lying on the ground with their arms outstretched. Black blood is pooled under one of them. The other's skull has been split open like a nut, encircled by a pinkish-crimson halo of bone splinters and bits of brain matter. Ew. Governor, do you care to explain to me what is going on here? The governor turns to you but does not get the chance to say anything as Malgar strikes him with a stun baton. Don't trouble yourself, Lord Governor, I'll explain myself. Our esteemed governor and his gang of cronies have been cowering behind us, and now, when things get rough, they thought they could scarp her, leave us here to die. Shed our blood for him and broken our backs to provide for him, and after all this, you think that's fair, you piece of grok shit? Large, semi-domesticated reptile. Groks are most commonly bred as livestock, or used as beasts of burden. So, bullshit. Malgar's stun baton hits the governor in the chest, causing the adornments of the governor's uniform to jingle in unison. The governor spits out blood and opens his mouth to respond when his head explodes. His body falls limp to the side, his remaining eyes staring upward. The chorus of the nobles' screams cannot drown out the sergeant's spiteful whisper. Enough. You've said your piece. For generations upon generations, the nobles of this world cared for Rykad Minoris and ensured the prosperity of its inhabitants. And this is your gratitude, peasant? For killing a nobleman, you deserve to be executed where you stand. Kasia throws out her hand and Malgar's knees buckle. My mentor was right. The rabble truly have no honor. Abelard looks at the governor's body, his brow furrowed. Madness. Punishable by death. Let's see, I could persuasion this, and Cassia could for sure do it. But I'm also looking at this, dogmatic follower. Look at yourself. Servant of the God Emperor? Whom do you serve, humanity or its foes? Do you speak of justice with kindred blood on your hands? Lower your weapon if you value your soul. Malgar raises his gun at you only to immediately lower it. His hands are shaking, shame and despair are showing through his mask of bloodlust. Crying out loud, your lordship, sir. How could you say such a thing? A dull thud comes from deep within the starport. Heavy footsteps shake the rockcrete, raising an unpleasant tremor in your bones. Ah, that's not fucking good. Weapons out, folks.
Thought you had killed Aurora, false believers.
Is that a fucking Chaos Marine?
I am Aurora. I am the herald of change. Behold the final dawn and die!
Oh no. Get into position. Got it. Immediately to the back for me. Owie. Ooh, ah. The hell was that? Alright, let's work on this. Although, quick check how you work. Aurora's hatred. When being attacked, will unleash their hatred against the last attacker. Chaos Space Marine will attack the target marked as hated by Aurora. And any abilities I need to know about. Charge, powerful kick. Doesn't look like anything that heals you. Moves all dental dodge penalties from power armor. Wow. Chaos Space Marine is targeted by perils of the warp, but gains an extra turn. Oh, how lovely for all the rest of us. Let's not let the warp degrade, then. Expose your weakness. And I am in the perfect spot. And I have a surefire plan. My plan is to fucking shoot you. Did it work? He's still alive, so I'm gonna go with no. Y'all fucking serious? All of them straight to Pascal, first thing? Jesus Christ! What is that monster? Its image is twisted by corruption. Oh, Emperor, is my life meant to end so soon? Calm down, girl, you'll be fine. Probably. I got this. Ooh, that one survived it, though. Probably should give you this so you'll have all that, momentum. Our enemy's might is unfathomable. Offer a prayer to the Undying One, for we will appear before his throne soon. So much fucking armor.
Time to slaughter someone.
Ah, great, more of them. Betrayer of the Emperor's blood. Arch sacrilege. Mine shall be a worthy death. Why are you all so sure you're gonna die here? I mean, we definitely for sure are, but stop being positive about it. At least pretend we might be okay, please. Damn. Stay behind me, Lord Captain. I'll hold it off for as long as I can. I don't know about that one, Chief. Analyze. Oh, Pascal. In fact, you haven't rejected the flesh by any chance, have you? Nope, but I can still make you do less damage because fuck you. Make him bleed. Boom. Ow. Ow. Ow.
High momentum.
Dismantle the fucker. I am peeling you apart piece by fucking piece. Ah, Pascal. Can you give him a little pick-me-up, please? Just a lot of temp hit points, so he's not just fucked. Get back in the fight, also. Raining blood. Stab him. More stabs on this guy. Please stop hitting Pascal. And you lived through that. Not good for me. Just be dead. Abelard. There you go. Could you? You wouldn't have enough. Just endure. And give him the choppies. Ooh, nice crit though, buddy. Heal off. I'm slowly peeling down this thing's gigantic health pool. I have a surefire plan. I'm going to shoot it again. I think I missed that time. Nope, didn't. I'm cool. Pascal went down. Yeah, it was only a matter of time. He was in the worst possible position. Abelard. Get back in the fight. Okay, that doesn't save them from prone, unfortunately. Cabela, please stab that thing. Thank you. More stabs. Drop it to pieces. Let's get some more blood raining down here. Ooh, crit. It's almost dead. Nice try, but no. Furious Recital. Try. Shot him. Oop. And the bleeding brought you down, but you're not dead yet. But you're pulling out the heavy bolter. Oh. And you shot our fucking escape pod. How rude. Well, you running away, bitch?
Out of my way!
With your 6 health, the unrighteous have come to take all that we have from us. Let us stand united, my brethren, to battle. Owie. I'm finishing this shit. What? What do you mean, miss? What? Are you fucking kidding me? That's a thing that's always going to be a problem in this kind of game. It doesn't matter how much you stack the deck in your favor, RNG will determine whether or not you win sometimes. In fact, every times. Try that again. Die.
High momentum.
Okay. Now, how do I avoid dying? Pull out the, more nearby thing. You know what, Argenta, you start building stats, too. Kill that thing. And you can't really do anything else. See an awful lot of not hitting me. I'm kinda cool with that, I'll level with ya. Argenta, would you kindly blow them to fucking hell? Thank you. Run and gun. Shoot the fucker. Thank you, Argenta. And Abelard, get up in there. Show them what they have to fear. Yeah. Cut that shit out.
Let's make it quick.
Just one revolver shotgun to the face. Cut that shit out. Oh, that one hurt. Argenta, darling. There you go. And a little dash, just to be extra certain of it. And you know what? Get back in the fight as well while you're at it. No reason to waste my turn. Cabela, you have a lot of movement this turn. Go all the way up there for me. Thank you, darling. How far could you theoretically... Not too much further.
Show me what you've got. This will leave a scar.
Take that thing out. I want it dead. Good job. Abelard. Alright, can I even see that guy? Yes, I can. He's got a lot of cover efficiency. A precise attack would help with that. But if I take the perfect shot... There we go. Head gone. And another level up for the party. Colors were blazing, raging crimson. Thank the Emperor that our souls are unburnt. Did we just beat a Space Marine turned Chaos? Praise be to the Omnissiah for manifesting this statistical miracle and invalidating an unfavorable tactical prognosis. The traitor has fallen while we live still. Praise him for this miracle. You all were so sure we were gonna die. I thought we were gonna die. All of you was so sure. No faith in me at all. No faith that I didn't get us killed by not running away. In fact, we have on ya a heretical gem. Conviction in heretical. 4 max wounds. When veil degradation is above 15, 10 toughness. Each round the wearer regenerates wounds equal to... I wonder what the actual formula for that is. Heretical rank. That's really strong. Bringer of Terror. You require 60 strength. It is a heavy bolter, but it also requires heretical, so not for us. Life-draining sword also requires heretical. And a Mesoa pattern. And we'll take all this, but no one in the party can use any of this shit. Maybe the rebel leader had a good sniper rifle on him? Let's check. Rebel's sniper rifle. I'll be damned, it has a higher damage raise than the long las. It has bonus hit chance. It has 5% hit chance and 5% armor pen, but less, It's got less dodge reduction, but the higher damage and my abilities to remove dodge by other means, I think will balance that out. Mesh Vest. Requires heretical. I think this sniper rifle might be actually worth putting on me. Oh yeah. Everyone has... Oh, wow. This is... Ooh. Let's see. Master is at identifying the slightest vulnerabilities of key targets and dispatching them by any means necessary. High damage, dodge, and dodge reduction, threat elimination, hit and run. Bounty hunters are methodical killers who leave trails of dead bodies in their wake. Bounty hunter chooses their next target before the previous one has even realized it's dead. Critical hits, defense reduction, killing key targets, repositioning. Grand Strategist, a master of battlefield positioning for themselves and their allies. Grand Strategist is able to increase the battle effectiveness of their party by designating and strengthening important parts of the battlefield. Battlefield control, ally buffs, unique utility, enemy debuffs. Executioner. Specialists in inflicting enduring and excruciating pain on all enemies around them, exploiting it to quickly eradicate their adversaries. Damage over time effects, melee damage, negative effects, crowd control, large number of wounds. And different people, yeah, different base archetypes get access to different ones of these, although there's definitely some overlap. Ooh. I think this is too much to look at right now until we get the hell off this ship. Off this shit, I should say, almost. We're not on a ship, we're on a planet. Oh, hey, look, another destroyed ship. Shuttle has been burned and will never fly again. Pilot's charred body is stiff, hands still clenching the levers. I wanted to check. Hell's this? Grand Viaduct for receiving esteemed guests buried under the rubble. Ah, yes. This is the only ship still working. Praise be. Actually, no, there's 2. Yeah, put it in... Yeah. Oy vey. Fight a friggin' Chaos Marine. is able to slowly wear down all its armor. It's his. Space Marines are always guys. Whip, Cabela, that's not necessary right now. Someone just cleaned that floor. Thanks be to the Emperor, you are alive, your lordship. We are most gratified by your return, and the crew is full of zeal to carry out any orders you may have. Before anything else, I will hear an account of what the fuck happened to the sun. The Voxmaster falters. Lord Captain, we saw a number of ships approach the sun. Black creations of inhuman make, amalgams of sharp angles and edges. They surrounded the star and then... My apologies, but I struggled to find words that could describe that terrible sight. The Xenos made the sun vanish into the void. How the fuck would they do that? I thought elves photosynthesized or something. Do they? No, that's stupid. Interrogator closes his eyes and grimaces. Drukhari. Oh, shit. See Abelard's expression change as if a shadow has suddenly fallen over him. He rubs his temple warily. As if we did not have enough troubles on our hands already. Lord Xenos succeeded. Xenos. Enemies of humanity? The breed of Eldari, the most cruel and devious of their kind. Design of their ships matches the description provided by the Voxmaster. Like all Xenos, the Drukhari are a blight on the face of the galaxy. Their technological superiority is undisputable. Indisputable. They abhor and fear warp sorcery, which is why they rely on creations of their twisted intellect. Many of those creations are capable of things that may seem akin to sorcery to the unenlightened eye. The theft of a sun is one example of what they are capable of. The Xenos in league with Aurora's cultists. We can rule out that possibility. The Drukhari would never ally themselves with the archenemy's worshippers. But to name one thing that humanity and these Xenos have in common, it would be a shared loathing for warp corruption. Well, that's something we have. Henrix glances around. Situation calls for immediate action. Goth, we can continue this conversation later if you so wish, but right now, gestures to the deck teeming with tumultuous activity. Believe you should assume command. What is the current situation on board? The Navigator's sanctum is no longer empty, but the warp engine is still refusing to obey engine seers. Without it, we cannot perform a warp jump. God fucking damn it. Pascal's voice buzzes anxiously from his vox. It may be angry, or perhaps it is lamenting the injuries it has suffered. I will immediately initiate preparations for a prayer service. If the Omnissiah grants me comprehension, I will appease the machine spirit of this vessel. What is happening on the planet now? Our augur operators are reporting numerous uprisings and other manifestations of the archenemy's powers at various locations on the planet. Based on the fragments of communication picked up by our Vox operators, there's practically no resistance being offered by the Governor's forces. Millions of people are converting to the blasphemous Final Dawn cult en masse and assembling in prayer circles. Do you have any hope of retaking the planet? I fear that Rykad Minoris is lost. The situation is deteriorating by the minute. We must leave this system as soon as possible. Alright. Next time we see an Inquisitor, we'll tell them it's a definite Exterminatus recommendation. However, there are still people on the planet who have not succumbed to heresy and who are worthy of rescue. Besides the small number of our own shuttles, we also have the shuttles salvaged from the starport. The dark eyes of the Sister of Battle flash. We must save as many as we can. This all happened for a reason. Sate Argenta, whose name I carry with reverence and trepidation, is famed for saving the people of a dying world through the power of prayer. The God Emperor himself sent a star from the heavens that lifted the saint and her followers up to the sky, away from corruption and death. We must do as she did, direct all our efforts to saving those people who at this moment look to the heavens in hope of salvation. The lives of peasants are of little value. Our prime objective is to save the Holy Relic, the miraculous fusion reactor, and the electro-priests who guard and tend it. Abelard furrows his brow. Every moment we spend in proximity to a dying world, we are putting ourselves at risk. Your life, Lord Captain, is far more valuable than all of Rykad Minoris. Von Valancius' dynasty cannot be allowed to perish. So lamentable though it is, we must rule out the idea of any evacuation. Heinrich's eyes, like two deep, dark pools, are resolutely fixed on you. The world is doomed, and its inhabitants along with it. Disappearance of the star was the final nudge toward death. The finale of the cult of the Final Dawn's plans. I once witnessed a similar event. A world that had surrendered to the servants of the archenemy and permitted corruption to enter too deep. At this moment, millions of people are bowing down before those who promised them salvation. They are willingly giving over their souls to chaos. A sacrifice great enough to bring forth a demon world. Our only hope of stopping this process is to retreat to a safe distance from the planet and conduct targeted bombing of the Electro-Priest Monastery. If we blow up the reactor, a thermonuclear reaction will follow. The world's oxygen will evaporate, killing off the entire biosphere. Doing this, we will save millions of souls from a fate far worse than death. We will save Reichad Minoris from becoming an outpost of the archenemy. Only death can rescue these people. The Undying One has reached out his hand to this world. It is time for him to reap his harvest. We must not reject his design, lest millions of names never reach him, and instead perish in the depths of the Empyrean. Death is a mercy, Dominant Goth. Whatever fate you choose for this world, I urge you to make haste, Lord Captain. The planet is burning in raging flashes of crimson and purple. I can see it even from orbit. As do I see that the storm is already upon us. With every moment that we waste, it grows ever more difficult and perilous to steer the ship through the warp's turbulent currents. I am with the lady on this. Enough talking, we need to get out of here while we still can. Let's see. Why can we not evacuate at least some of the people? The simple reason that the transformation process will soon become irreversible, and our sole weapon against it useless. The energy released by the bombardment could stoke the warp energies. I've never witnessed the aftermath of bombing a demon world before. There is enough evidence of such attempts for me to say with confidence, you do not want to see it. Which of the planet's inhabitants could we evacuate? The nobles you rescued at the starport have given the coordinates of shelters where we can find surviving aristocrats and their families. For help to all who need it at the starport. I guess I did do that. As for Sergeant Malgar's troops, they will help to control the crowds of frightened commoners and prevent the shuttles from being overloaded. Thanks to you, we've salvaged many shuttles from the starport that we can now use. Let's see. Ooh. This is tough, actually. Saving the reactor would be good in theory, but the problem with that is then we can't blow up the planet before it turns into a demon world. And I'm gonna level with you. I don't know 100% what happens on demon worlds, but I know I don't want to see it happen again. And I don't think anyone does. We have a member of the Inquisitors, we have a follower of an Inquisitor who's saying, this is the point where we have to blow up the planet. And I'm gonna level with you, I was on board with that a minute ago too. I'm not gonna go too far out of, I think we fought a Chaos Marine down there. I think it's fucked. I genuinely think if we try to save the reactor, it's gonna turn into a demon world. And that's just not good. That's not good. You can't have a demon world out there. If we try to save people, I think some of them are just gonna be warp corrupted. I hate to say it. So I'm gonna level with you. We gotta blow it the fuck up. I honestly think this is the best option. I think we have to blow it up before anything else. Before it gets... until we can't fix it. I think he's right on this one. Yes, Lord Captain. I will immediately inform the navigation and artillery decks of the impending maneuver. Heinrichs inclines his head. The right choice, Lord Captain. May the sacred Exterminatus cleanse this veil of corruption. I hate to do this. I don't like doing this. The bridge is in upheaval. Technomat's prayers mix together in a senseless cacophony while servitors work hastily to remove a hardened crust of sacred unguents from the warp engine's components. In the middle of all this tumult stands Pascal with a data slate clutched in his hand, seemingly disconnected from the flurry of activity around him. Let's see. What's going on here? The warp sextant is not responding to commands. The ship's spirit is rejecting our prayers in anger. I am currently calculating a plea that might appease the noble spirit. Crew, heed the word of Magos Hanuman. Pascal, I kindly request that you take charge of this mess. Thank you, your lordship. You are right. Pascal's voice changes when he addresses the crew. He now speaks with authority and resolve. Tech comrades, heed my instruction. The mayhem immediately subsides, and the crew's actions fall into some indiscernible logic. The Omnissiah's servants start working in sync, and the binaric clamor becomes a symphony of reports, which the Magos coordinates like a skillful conductor. Admirably done, Pascal. We just fought a Chaos Marine, I'm not gonna give you a hard time. The Omnissiah guides me. The prayers of the tech priests surrounding the cogitator almost drown out the sounds of the bustling bridge around you. Pascal, poring intently over the data slate in his hands, extends a mechadendrite toward you. Please take your place at the cogitator, Lord Captain. Not questioning this, the huge machine in front of you is lit with dozens of vid screens and hundreds of lumens. The blinking lights and endless rush of symbols and digits on the green background make your eyes water, and a vague sense of alarm simmers in the depths of your mind. Typical reaction of a layperson when confronted with the magnitude of the Omnissiah's creation. Among the numerous controls, you see the mouth of a cyber gargoyle, the same as at the gate to the warrant chamber. Pascal's voice becomes imbued with imperious force. Servants of the machine god, heed my command. Acolytes, prepare the incense instrumentation for the liturgy of machine spirit propitiation. Senior technomats, recite the prayer to generate a current data report. Operations will be marked with the campanological protocol. Omnissiah, rejoice. I must inform you that for the purposes of safety, complete reassembly of the warp sextant and updating of its datasmith blessings are required. If this is not done, then at launch the volume of aggregate calculation errors could result in the destruction of the data crypts. Real quick, hit me up. Data repository sanctified by the Adeptus Mechanicus to be used in conjunction with the cogitator. Okay, so our hard drive. We gotta back up the hard drive. But as we do not have 100 hours at our disposal, we must omit this procedure. Pascal looks down at the data slate in his hands. A minor deviation from the rite of operation for the sake of appeasing the spirit. Deviating from the rite of operation. Sounds dubious, especially coming from you. Dogma bids that the appropriate rituals of cleansing and reassembly be carried out on the warp sextant. It is a long and labor-intensive process. Pascal hesitates before continuing. Our best chance is to bypass the sacred prohibition on directly interfacing with the conduits of the motive force. A faster and less orthodox route. The lives of the entire crew now depend on my convincing the ship's spirit to start up a broken component, is that right? Your interpretation is verging on tech heresy. However, given your rank, Lord Captain, I will nevertheless respond. For a layperson, you have described our position with relative accuracy. I place my hopes in his revelations and humbly ask for his guidance. What must I do? Place your hand inside the throat of the Cogitator Guardian, the Cyber Gargoyle, which has been assigned to guard the forbidden data crypts. The dynastic blood extracted from your veins will serve as a key to the data core where the machine spirit dwells. To it, we will offer our prayers so that we may bypass the protective protocol for defective connections and launch the warp sextant. Pascal's voice grows quieter. The laws of the Omnissiah know no exceptions, and so in this ritual I will remain at your side to placate the wrathful machine spirit in whose abode you will be intruding. Follow my liturgies, Lord Captain, and may we receive his blessing. Place your hand in the cyber gargoyle's mouth. The metal jaws clamp down on your hand, breaking your delicate corporeal sheath and releasing warm liquid into its gullet. Ooh, that is some imagery. The same moment, the image on the vid screen before you changes. Connecting. 1. Connecting. 2. Connecting. 3. Success registry. Action session. Initiate. ID 8627. Operating respect act. Let's see. Touch the keys on the instrument panel. What does it all mean? Sound of your voice, the cogitator's servant, whose bronze-bound skeleton is built into the cogitator housing, shudders. With a screech, its skull rotates towards you and then stops in that position. Benevolent code, a voice receptor. Pascal emits a sequence of binaric signals and then is silent for several seconds. I hypothesize that the defect is located in the analyzer block. I register a reaction to the signal, but no processed response. A temporary override is permissible. The Magos intently studies the vidscreen. The shell was created on a forge world unknown to me, initiating standard invocation of the machine spirit. Pascal leans over the adjacent instrument panel and sets his hands on the controls. At the same time, a quiet stream of machine code begins pouring forth from his vox. What should I do now? Lord Captain, I now ask you to address the machine spirit. Speak the following command. By my authority, I revoke the inviolability protocol of the warp engine. The voice receptor will receive the vocal entry. Without your sanction, the machine spirit will not accept the data from the warp sextant. By my authority, I revoke the inviolability protocol of the warp engine. I think I could have done that from the start, but I wanted to lore a little. One of the cogitator's vid screens turns red. Pascal sees this and raises his hand, signaling to the rest of the tech priests, then withdraws a connector from his sleeve, connects it to the machine. Servants of the Omnissiah, make now the offering of cleansed data crypts to the machine spirit, so that it may be filled with their true and calibrated data. May the Omnissiah have mercy on our souls. In meek solemnity, the acolytes offer up the cleansed data crypts to the warp engine one after another, repeating prayers of exaltation. After anointing the contacts with sacred unguents, Pascal inserts them in the cogitator's slots. Your head begins to spin from the holy sensor's foul-smelling clouds of smoke, from the loss of the blood that the cyber gargoyle continues to drink from you, and the world swims before your eyes. Let this mechanism awaken in renewed purity. Pascal enters a sequence of commands and raises his head, watching the vidscreens. Suddenly he stops dead. No. His fingers fly over the command runes, entering command after command. His mechadendrites, clicking their pincers, pull at one lever after another. The vidscreens fill with strings of symbols, completely incomprehensible to you, but clearly conveying something to the Magos. After a few seconds, one of the data crypts mounted on the cogitator begins to emit sparks. A moment later, another data crypt does the same. The next bursts into flame and gives off foul-smelling smoke. Around you, the Omnissiah servants break off from their prayers, and someone bursts into frantic pleading. Pascal mournfully grates out. The massive errors in the warp sextant's calculations is destroying the data repositories. The offering did not appease the ship's spirit. The warp engine cannot be filled with the motive force. We are trapped. A moment later, the Magos continues uncertainly. Perhaps an alternative Ryzan protocol for an emergency launch of the auxiliary coils. The tech priest bends over the cogitator, but something in his pose and movements reveals his desperation. While the other vidscreens are filled with more and more strings of symbols, the monitor in front of you blinks and its static image changes. Pascal is too engrossed in his ritual to notice. Let me read it. Hack comp. Op stab true, op stab OS stab true, OS stab false, stat check in it. Disturb reg. Query. Query. What query? Cogitator's servant creaks quietly in its joints, sound that is drowned out by the binaric hymns and the tapping of command runes. Prompt. Ping. Acquire response. Operator response injury. Operator response rescue. Operator response query. Yes, Machine Spirit, rescue us. Pascal turns to you. Lord Captain, the excess emotion in your command will render it unintelligible to... Pascal's next vocalization goes unsynthesized as he sees the vid screens begin to stabilize one after another. The strings frenetically galloping across the green background are replaced with stable images or regularly updating status reports. Only one monitor remains inexplicably red. The tech priest Vox crackles in shock, but his report is as clipped and clinical as ever. Registering. Warp sextant activated. Registering. Data stream stabilizing. Registering. 0 data errors found. Reporting the warp engine is ready for translation. After a pause, Pascal adds, I am also reporting evidence indicating a Category 3 miracle fulfilling the criterion, thou shalt witness the mechanism that toils in glorification of its function and in defiance of deactivation. Lord Captain, Ravor here. The crew are almost finished carrying out the orders given earlier. I've just received confirmation from the engineering halls. I don't know what you did, but the warp engine's up and raring to go. We're ready to begin the translation to the warp, your lordship. Lord Captain speaking. Give the order to commence translation to the warp. Waiting for you to ascend the captain's throne, Lord Captain. May the Emperor protect us. There's another instance of this machine just kind of... this entire ship just doing what I say of it. Yeah, goodbye, planet. There's a reason we have Exterminatus protocol for this shit. If there's no chance of taking back a planet, you blow it the fuck up while you have the chance. I'm sorry we couldn't save the machine, Pascal, but...
Attention! Preparation procedures for warp translation have been initiated. All crew stand by.
Ooh. The shutters come down over the fucking glass. Cathedral windows in a goddamn spaceship. That's a good idea. Ooh.
The Von Valancia's flagship made its way out of the doomed star system. As the void shift plunged deeper into the Coronis expanse, the rogue trader's subjects bid a formal farewell to the late head of the dynasty, Theodora von Valancius. Having paid their last respects, the crew gathered their strength and braced themselves for whatever was to come next.
Dolan the Star. Completed Chapter 1. Lord Captain, allow me to report. Our journey through the warp is coming to an end. Lady Navigator Orselio informs me that we have reached the point where we can translate to real space in the Furibundus system. The Lady Navigator and her pilots are awaiting your permission to begin the process. The Furibundus system is home to Footfall, the only Imperium outpost with a functioning wharf in the Coronis expanse. The tech priests are begging you to have mercy on the machines worn down by the warp, and to allow the servants of the Omnissiah to inspect and heal the void ship's wounds in the dock. Prayers and rituals will take some time, which our astropathic choir will use to establish a connection with the prime worlds of your protectorate, Darganos, Janus, and Kiavad Gamma. Master Zachary Weiss has recovered an invitation previously adrift in the Immaterium. The Liege of Footfall has humbly requested an audience with the rogue trader of the Von Valancius dynasty. According to Master Zachary, the message was tinted with shades of pleasing, I quote. Apparently the Liege is anxious to meet as soon as possible. The Immaterium being alternate dimension of pure energy. Oh, it's the warp, right. Another name for warp. Footfall. place where filth and sanctity go hand in hand. Reverend Hieronymus Doloroso will most likely expect a visit from me. Imagine he'll be interested in talking to you as well, Ingoth. I'll be leaving your void ship when we arrive on Footfall, Ingoth. Once that is done, consider the Lord Inquisitor's task complete. Your Lordship, young Yvain Winterscale has asked me to convey his gratitude for your hospitality, for saving him from certain death. Not wishing to outstay his welcome, he plans to disembark at Footfall. Lord Yvain swears he will not forget his debt to you. I hereby inform the rogue trader that during a comprehensive system inspection rite, this unit discovered data clusters within the captain's cogitator that are concealed from prying eyes by means of a personal cipher and a sacrament of algorithmic authorization. Unit Ngoth Van Valancius has been added to the access list and assigned the identifier Keeper 2. The unit can access the data from the captain's cogitator, provided that he possesses the decryption key. You detect a hint of something resembling curiosity in Pascal's mechanical voice. You leaving us, Heinrichs? The arrangement between Lord Inquisitor and your predecessor was that I be transported to Footfall and no further. Dare not take advantage of your generosity and patience any more than I already have, Ngoth. I hope we meet again. True servants of the Empire are always welcome aboard my ship. Heinrichs regards you with a curious look and a polite smile. An interrogator of the Inquisition seldom gets to hear such words. Thank you for your hospitality, Ngoth. I will not forget it. Argenta, who is this Reverend Hieronymus who wants to talk to me? He's the head of the Drusian mission on Footfall, one of the most prominent clergymen in the sector. Drusian. Cult of St. Drusus, legendary hero of the Angevin Crusade, who founded the Calixis sector for the Imperium of Man. Ooh, big deal. Paying him a visit is a good thing for any loyal servant of the Emperor to do. I assisted his mission before I joined Lady Theodora on her voyage. I need his blessing to accompany the new rogue trader of the Von Valancius dynasty. You wish to have me aboard your void ship? I request that we meet with Reverend Hieronymus. The shed blood has washed away the taint from our bodies. It is only right that we now wash our souls with the blessings of the servant of the Undying One. The Drusians, like the blood-spun web, are devoted to asceticism, rejecting wealth and luxury and surrendering themselves to his service. Though their thread is different from ours, the first spinner spoke of them with respect. Let's see, Vigdis, tell me about the system we're arriving in. Barabundus is valuable due to its close proximity to the Maw, the gateway to the Imperium. The system is mostly known for Footfall, the main base for merchants, privateers, and rogue traders traversing the Coronis Expanse. Additionally, the star itself is orbited by an Adeptus Mechanicus station, which is off-limits to outsiders. Alter Templum Calixis Ext 17. I had the honor of tending to this shrine for a few thousand cycles. I suggest you abstain from visiting it, as most tech comrades of the station are engaged in meditative calculations that should not be interrupted. Alright, cross that off the visiting list. I need to know about Footfall. It is the largest port and the trading capital of the Coronis Expanse. As a dockyard that will allow us to inspect and repair the void ship, and it boasts its own astropathic choir. Coronis Expanse Communications Nexus. Not to mention pirate hideouts, smuggler caches, and forts belonging to a dozen gangs, groups, and factions. The Coronis Expanse, the Imperium relies on this as its outpost. The fringes of humanity's domain rarely resemble its central words, but so long as Footfall serves the God Emperor, insofar as it can, it will be considered a citadel of the Imperium. Though I've heard that the ties it sends are underwhelming, to say the least. Due to Footfall's remoteness, it has developed its own rules and customs. Many of the goods that can be procured there would be considered heresy in the heart of the Imperium, enough to warrant summary execution. Moreover, Footfall is the domain of the rogue traders, who transcend certain Imperial laws by virtue of the warrant they bear. Abelard, do you know anything about the Liege of Footfall? Vladimir Tokara is a very peculiar young man. Consider your upcoming conversation a baptism of fire in Footfall's political arena. Such things are not spoken out loud, but Liege Tokara is the appointee of the Kasbalika mission. chapter of one of the most successful crime syndicates in the Imperium of Man, founded in the Calixis sector. The largest robber baron crime syndicate in the Calixis sector. Specialize in the code trade, the buying and selling of all kinds of Xenos rubbish. Footfall was previously run by a liege who did business with several criminal factions at once, but he suffered an accident. The reins of power were picked up by Vladimir Tokara, whose appointment benefits not only the Kasbalika, but also the most powerful ally in the Coronis Expanse, rogue trader Caligos Winterscale. Vladimir is a slippery yet very cautious fellow. He does not usually beat around the bush, and does not play mind games. Perhaps more importantly, he is no fool. Fools do not rise this high in the Kasbalikan hierarchy. Keep all this in mind. You are a rogue trader. You stand above him in status and wield considerable power. Having said that, history has seen many cases where the Kasbalikan barons cross swords with rogue traders and emerge victorious. Do not forget that and remain vigilant. The Kasbalika. Vile tech thieves. Pascal's box barks out the last word like a profanity. Vile tech thieves. Why does the liege want to see me so badly? Not you personally, he wishes to meet with the rogue trader of the von Valancius dynasty. Tokara does not know about Lady Theodora's death and is simply seeking an audience with the powers that be. My gut is telling me that something must be very wrong on Footfall, or our astropath managed to read such strong emotions in such an anodyne manner. If our astropath managed to read such strong emotions in such an anodyne message. We have no information, Lord Captain. The broadcast from the Footfall Astropathic Choir was the only missive Master Zachary has received lately. What after Footfall? As soon as we solve the issues plaguing the ship and establish contact with the key worlds of your protectorate, the time will come for your Magnae Accessio, the official ceremony of donning the mantle of the rogue trader. It is mostly a formality at this point. You already possess all the privileges granted by the warrant, and yet it is a major milestone in your personal history, the moment your name graces the list of heads of the von Valancius dynasty. We're all looking forward to that day, Lord Captain. Now the Lady Navigator, I give her leave to make the translation from the warp into real space. Vigdis begins issuing instructions. The massive ship appears to change with her every word. The bridge is set in motion as hundreds of people start to prepare for the shift to real space, and measured chanting fills the corridors to safeguard the vessel and its crew. Vigdis turns to you again. One more thing, Lord Captain. No one at the station knows about Lady Theodora's demise and you inheriting the title. Liege Tokara will be informed. It is required so we can use the dock, and besides, he is expecting a personal audience with the rogue trader. He will not meet with an unknown person of unclear standing. However, there is still the matter of announcing your arrival. You can either arrive on the station with the proper pomp and ceremony, or choose to visit it incognito. Speak in detail. According to Footfall's unwritten laws, rogue traders enjoy special privileges that exceed even the power of the Liege. However, they may choose not to exercise those privileges in certain situations. Arriving incognito will give you more room to maneuver, while an official visit will allow you to directly intervene in local affairs. I shall explain if you do not mind. As per this unwritten rule, every rogue trader arriving at the station has the right to veto any of the Liege's decisions. But there is a catch. The Coronis Expanse is home to several influential rogue trader dynasties, and Footfall is where their interests intersect. Of course, that does not prevent certain persons, namely Caligos Winterscale, from subtly pulling the strings on Footfall. If you, as a new rogue trader, start your career with an official landing and a parade in your honor, the other dynasties may see this gesture as the newcomer challenging their spheres of influence. I do not see that as a bad thing necessarily. Old Man Winterscale may take slight offense. Quarter will be put on her guard. But you have just risen to prominence, and most people in the Coronis Expanse have not even heard about Lady Theodora's departure yet. Must be made clear that the banner of von Valancius soars as high as ever. If I may, I would recommend arriving incognito. You'll have plenty of opportunities to savor the sweetness and the burden of power, but right now is the last time you can take refuge in obscurity. This way your arrival will not draw much attention, and the people will treat you as a person, and not the almighty sovereign anointed by the Emperor. Could turn some situations to your advantage. I will arrive incognito, I believe. I will not have this opportunity frequently, and I'm not one for the large ceremonies everywhere I go, if they're not necessary. It will be done, Lord Captain. Vigdis bows again. With your gracious permission, I'll return to my duties. Ooh. Let me see. Okay, let's look at the main ability. Sees a single opening for each enemy on one of the enemy's sides. Opening. Whenever the assassin hits an opening, excluding over-penetration, they deal an additional 10% of max wounds damage. Ooh. During attack, the opening is moved to the opposite side of the enemy. Each enemy's openings that were not hit by the assassin during the assassin's turn are moved to a random side of that enemy at the start of the assassin's next turn. Okay, this is for if you're really, really mobile, so no. Bounty Hunter. Bounty Hunter may mark an enemy in combat as prey. Whenever the Bounty Hunter kills a target marked as prey, they gain a stackable bonus until the end of combat. Bonus depends on the enemy difficulty tier, Roman numeral on the enemy's icon. 1 to 2 gives you 25% maximum wounds as temporary wounds. 3 to 4, 5 times their difficulty tier percent crit damage, and double their difficulty tier crit chance until the end of combat. 5 to 7, both of the above. Hunt down the prey has 3 charges at the start of combat. Maybe. Because that seems to be just kill a bunch of stuff, and with the combo of... Although... Yeah, with the combo of her giving him extra turns, I could see that being very useful. Grand Strategist. Analyzes the battlefield and can create specific areas providing bonuses to all allies, including the Grand Strategist. Frontline, backline, rear. First round of combat, all 3 areas can be created in 1 turn. Following rounds, only 1 of them can be created per turn. All areas can be moved with the corresponding abilities, 1 per turn, and cannot overlap. 2 or more Grand Strategists in the party. Combat tactics areas are common for all the Grand Strategists. Highest intelligence bonus and fellowship bonus of all the Grand Strategists is used. Cannot be more than 1 of these on the battlefield, but I could move them more if I had multiples of this. So that's how that works. Regardless of the abilities used, the Grand Strategist always acts first in combat. That's interesting. I do wish I could find out what those bonuses are. If I look at this. Oh, I should also probably look at the main stats, because my mains are probably intelligence and, I guess, ballistic skill. What's yours? Agility and perception. I also have good on those. My intelligence is really high. My fellowship is bad, so Grand Strategist is probably not a great pick for me. Executioner wants you to be weaponer. Like, the way I'm seeing it, Bounty Hunter is probably the best for what I'm going for. I mean, what is Wild Hunt? Simultaneously makes several attacks. The number of the attacks is equal to the number of prey in combat. Attacks are equally divided among all prey in the Bounty Hunter's line of sight. Attacks always hit and always score crits. Wow, that's really fucking strong. Yeah, the Desperate Measures is the same thing, but it comes with a penalty, always. Let's look at what I could maybe get later. I'm honestly, actually, I think Bounty Hunter is just the best for how I've built my character. Oh yeah, you got a thing. Make him hit you. Now let's see. What does an Arch-Militant do? Whenever they use an attack that is on a different type from their previous attack, he can do that. Gains a stack of versatility. Valid attack types: single shot, melee, single target or burst, area melee, area range, or ranged burst. 3 weapon skill and ballistic skill for every stack of versatility. The Archmilitant has 4 more stacks of versatility, gains an additional that damage, whichever is highest. Make 1 additional attack each turn until the end of combat, including 1 additional attack on the turn this heroic act was used. Okay, Archmilitant might be for someone. First attack after using this ability, and each turn afterward costs 0 AP. Wow, that's really strong. The thing is, that's very martial, and he's actually not amazing at that. How about Vanguard? Attack against the Vanguard grants them a stack of Unyielding Beacon, which increases their resolve by 1 up to a maximum of 15. All allies and 2-cell radius around the Vanguard gain a 5th of that bonus. Okay, so definitely him and... I'm thinking these two are both going to get that, probably, because I use them both as tanks. Temporary wounds applied to the Vanguard now. Stack! Okay, yeah, that's too good not to pick up. They'll probably either... I'll use one or the other of them at any point, but they'll be interchangeable in that regard. Temporary wounds are reduced to the largest... Okay, so at a turn, the remaining temporary wounds are reduced to the largest amount granted by 1 applied effect. Remaining number of temporary wounds is less than the number of stacks of Unyielding Beacon, becomes equal to the number of those stacks, even if the Vanguard has no temporary wounds to start their turn. Yeah, you're both getting that. Just no question. You... I guess I need to level you up. Get more perceptive or some shit. And more intelligent, why not? That could be okay, but I really just don't use her, because I use her more for buffing the party than attacking the enemy. Nah. I guess this. And you can be Grand Strategist, because that's kind of your shtick. You actually... No, you have Terrible Fellowship. Why'd I pick that? Whatever, I'm never gonna use you. Okay. Jeez. Maybe Executioner? He doesn't really do dots, though. He's not that he's a little mobile, but not super mobile. I guess Executioner, because he can do dots, though. Melee attacks inflicts 6 levels of bleeding on all targets hit. That's really good, too. Yeah. Under any damage over time effects, immediately suffer 3 instances of damage from each of these effects, 2 instances if the Executioner makes a burst or area attack. Dealt after all other effects from the attack are applied. Then all damage over time effects are removed from the target. Applied instead of Scourging Strikes, removes all stacks of Forced Repentance. Yeah, I think that works for him. He's good at putting those on. Okay, so she's not really getting hit. She could. It would not be the worst idea, because she can regenerate, but because of her regeneration, she kind of doesn't need temp hit points. Let's see about Master Tactician. Stack of tactical advantage per every 5 momentum gained by the Master Tactician or their allies. We actually have a lot of momentum gain on this team because of her already. Begins combat with a number of tactical advantage stacks equal to their fellowship bonus. Powers their next attack to deal 4% additional damage for every stack of tactical advantage the Master Tactician has. Lose half their stacks of tactical advantage rounded up. Except she's not dealing damage ever, so... Thinking she's actually better as Grand Strategist. Never use you, anyway. Now you. You were made for Assassin. You move around all the time. Maybe. But Assassin could be good for your single target, because you can move around them all the time. Yeah, what's this do? Current weapon against enemy, cannot miss, deals 50% more damage. Additional damage equal to 20% of their missing wounds, so it's a good execution. Dodge, dodge reduction, armor penetration, and parry reduction are doubled for this attack. Wow. Like, alternatively, Arch Militant isn't the worst idea because she uses AoEs and normal, which are considered different. Like, melee and area melee are considered different. Because she's constantly doing that, this would actually... Well, what is her... weapons? It scales off her weapon skill. She doesn't do a lot of damage over time effects, so I don't feel the need for this. This would make her better at single target. This would make her better always. So I think this... Yeah, I think that just works. Let's see. I think you'd also work well as an Arch Militant. Because she'll go between single shot and, range, area ranged and area burst. Like, very frequently. Though... Her ballistic skill... her ballistic skill is good enough. Yeah, I think that works for her, too. I think they both just can benefit from that a lot. See if anyone has any new conversation topics now that we're in a new chapter.
Lord Captain.
Maybe I'll have to wait till I do quests for them. What is that? Oh, person without a thing, but... Argenta?
Greetings.
I'll still check if anyone has something to say, because I feel like someone might. Yes, yeah?
Words cannot describe how I have...
Must beg leave. Doesn't look like anyone's got anything to say. Yet. Idira?
All right. Let's hear what they're... Another road.
Oh.
The road begins at the threshold of the expanse and leads to the bowels of the emerging world.
Jesus.
Reading the threads of fate is not meant for you, slave of the enthroned corpse. Step into the embrace of doom, for thus was it preordained by the architect of fates.
Oh. I'm guessing they're mad because I'm dogmatic.
That wasn't me! I swear on everything that's holy! I don't know what the second road is or who watches over it, but I beg you, stay away from it!
Yeah, you don't have to tell me twice, that was fucking scary.
Of course.
Hey, Cabela.
Domin. Maybe
Good to see ya. Pascal, are you upset at all about us having to blow that thing up? I want to know the truth about you.
The request is approved. I did conceal certain information. I was a student of Archmagos Amanat, but I committed an act of betrayal after he deviated from sacred dogma.
What did Amanat do?
He fell into schism and challenged the sacred boundaries of knowledge. The blessed Amanat claimed the limits of what is permitted must be expanded, because by refusing to explore certain law, we find ourselves in contempt of the seventh universal law. Comprehension is the key to all things. My mentor put forth a thesis claiming that we have stagnated, that ritual is now nothing but a cage for souls and false worship of the Omnissiah. He sought to break the cycle of mindless repetition because he saw the inevitable demise of our faith and all humanity at the end of it.
Seems like a theological argument, not a political one.
Even those who have ascended to the Omnissiah's wisdom still bear the seed of imperfection born of their flesh. But the ambitions of individuals mean little when we discuss ritual and belief. Knowledge is divine, and any argument as to how it must be reached is an argument of ritual and belief.
Sorry. How did you portray Amanat?
The teachings of the blessed Amanat spread, and word of it reached the conclave of the Cognizance fleet. They recognized his teachings as tech heresy. Many tech priests suddenly vanished or were subjected to servo penance for minor transgressions. The students of Amanat, whose number included many enlightened and respected tech priests, resisted. My prognosis showed that our most likely future was a schism and a fratricidal war that would destroy the Cognizance fleet. That was when I headed to the Conclave. I confessed and handed the information about my mentor's research over to the Conclave. Brazen anthematic studies of the Forbidden Law. The Conclave could use that data to summon Archmagos Amanat, to stand trial and compel him to repent on pain of excommunicate traitoris. His subsequent fate is unknown to me.
You acted as a loyal son of the Imperium should. And reported what you believed to be heresy.
I pray that the Omnissiah grants us wisdom to overcome the dialectic differences that divide us.
Why'd you go to Rykad Minoris?
I was summoned there by a message that was encrypted with the blessed Amanat's personal code, and could it be interpreted in several ways. One thing was certain. We were in danger, and I had to go to Rykad Minoris.
Tech priest named Abel, who is he?
I never met him, but I think he was a person of worth. The phrase that came from his lips indicates he was in contact with my mentor. I preserved his cortical implant and absorbed the information it contained. However, the large amounts of data memories are encoded with a cipher yet unfamiliar to me.
What are you going to do next?
I was wrong when I assumed it was the blessed Archmagos Amanat, who assumed the guise of Abel Haneman. But there is a connection between him and the Reverend Abel, and I intend to uncover the nature of this link.
I have no more questions.
Acknowledged. May your...
Anyone I haven't spoken to yet? Just him. Though I doubt he has much else to say. Heinrichs?
To what do I owe this visit?
And I was correct. Let's go to my quarters. Pascal mentioned there was a cogitator thing I could access now that I couldn't before. I don't recall if there's such a cogitator in my room, but I'll look anyways. This is like their, I'm not sure exactly, but it's stuffing people. What is this? The Master Aurora, prophet of the archenemy who foretold the final dawn on Reichad Minoris. Yeah, that is a thing that happened. Guess that's everyone in my group. Use the map. Lord Captain. Reaver's voice over the Vox sounds weary rather than annoyed. I'm getting reports of several ships moving toward us. Judging by the fact they're not responding to our hails, the telemetry shows a trail of macro batteries. They're not here for a chinwag. Ready to issue orders to prepare for battle at your command. In my order, all stations get ready for void combat. These are pointless questions. Finally doing ship combat. I don't know anything about this yet. We're going in blind. Because what little I saw of this was all like the prologue and chapter 1 stuff. Cobra-class destroyer. A couple of them. I did pump a bunch of stuff into like the armor and max health of this thing, so I think we'll be okay. And I put people on it, too. Engage the enemy in space combat. Battles in space and on the surface of the planet work quite differently from one another. Space combat, the battlefield is separated into 3 zones marked by various degrees of brightness. Acceleration zone, mid-movement zone, and end-movement zone. Ships travel at high speeds even during combat, which is why both your ships and those of your enemies must move a certain distance each round. You can only end your turn once your ship has traversed the minimum required distance upon entering the end-movement zone. Oh, that's interesting. You can't just sit still firing. To move the ship, left mouse on any accessible cell on the battlefield. If you do, you will see a hologram of the ship that will allow you to evaluate the efficiency of future attacks and actions from that position just as you would in regular combat. Again, to confirm your choice, command the ship to move. Alternatively, right mouse button to remove the hologram. Let's see, it's 2 of them. Right here. Equipped with an arsenal of weapons, which differ in terms of range of fire, and offer you a variety of ways to assault your opponents. Ship can attack with each of its weapons once per turn. Note that these can be fired as the ship moves, as attacking does not end the ship's movement. Good, good. Each of the ship's weapons has a separate attack action on the panel at the bottom of the screen. And click on an attack's icon to view its firing arc. Consider what position on the battlefield would be most advantageous for your ship. Attack action on the panel at the bottom of the screen to attack an enemy with, then left mouse on the enemy ship. Each turn you can use each of the ship's attacks once. Maneuver your ship in battle and attack with different weapons to make the most out of your ship's capabilities. Alright. Starboard macro battery. Some ships are protected by shields. To deal damage to such an enemy, you must first pierce their shields. 2 shield arrays cover the ship's sides, 1 protects its bow, and 1 its stern. Facing an enemy equipped with shields, choose your angle of attack wisely and direct your fire at a side where the shields are weakened or completely depleted. Enemy shields recover each round. Flagship is likewise protected by shields. The enemy attacks you from a side where the shields are weakened or depleted, the ship will take damage. Damage shields do not recover at the start of the next turn, because fuck the player specifically. We've decided that's how it works, and fuck all logic. Instead, they can be restored using the Restart Shields action on the panel at the bottom of the screen. Restoring the shields reduces the flagship's combat efficiency. On its next turn, it will have reduced movement speed and firing range. Lance weapon. Move here and fire again. And have to end turn before it ends. Round 2. Oh, we took a little bit of damage. The hell did it zoom in for that? They got behind us. Restart the shields. You missed. Macro missiles. Okay, one missed. Fire the lance weapon. 22 and also more. One slot out of us firing. Owie. Owie. We gotta both keep coming about, hope we can find what we're looking for. Three. What the hell does that mean? If we were like this, still wouldn't really be able to do much. If I were here, I could fire on them from behind, like this. Try to run away, bitch.
Our technological superiority was obvious.
Rookie Skipper, won your first ship combat. Enemy attacks can penetrate your shields and damage your ship's hull. Damage remains after the battle is over and must be repaired. Open the Void Ship Management screen to make repairs to your ship. Use scrap to repair and restore its hull integrity. Scrap can be found while exploring star systems, collected after certain space battles, or purchased from merchants affiliated with various factions. Okay. Hull repaired. Any more management? Still just, like, don't have alternate stuff to put on. I don't have enough scrap to upgrade it again, either. But it's also still a level 1 ship, which is really funny. Hey, what, you not do anything? Yeah, you're actually better as our Master of Heretics. You're our best Cannoneer. You are easily our best Supreme Commander. You're our best Shield Master. You're best for maneuvers. You're best at warp channeling. And you're best for Master of Heretics. Etherics? Whatever the fuck that means. I don't think any of those really do anything for us just yet, but, you know. Dead World. Alter Templum Calixis X-17. We've been recommended not to try going. Oh, Captain. The flagship chooses his blessing with small escort dead ahead. We're requesting a direct Vox channel, patching you through. Chartist Captain Austerius Thorfast. The Vox channel clicks, and, after a brief pause, a dry, low voice hails you. Greetings. I'm Lord Captain. Greetings, Lord Captain. I'm honored to speak with the rogue trader of House von Valancius. May your name be known through the ages. Chartist Captain Austerius Thorfast, bearer of a free charter of the merchant fleet. How can I be of service? The squadron doing here? Develop supply routes for Chartists. See, my ship is a representative of the merchant fleet in this part of Imperium territory, and we do not have a fixed, charter-defined trade route. Our mission is to establish business contacts with voidfarers in need of regular ship repairs, and those who are interested in specialized goods. Where do you source the components you sell? You're asking me to disclose our suppliers to you? Frankly, they come from both everywhere and nowhere. Got our wares either from lucky voidsmen who stumble upon an abandoned or dilapidated ship somewhere in our neighboring system, or from unlucky ones whose sorry tub arrives on footfall in such a state, it's easier to take her apart than to restore her. No point. Want to take a look at the catalog components available for purchase. Trade some Void Pirate trophies for you. You guys only want trophies and nothing else. What is this? Ah, I can get scrap off them. Mark 201B Augury Array. Has an extra 10% hit chance, that'd be useful. 2 extra speed, strong acceleration and braking. Let's see, Voss pattern torpedo tubes. These are the same as the ones we have. Mezzoa lance weapons, same as the one I have. Glimmer pattern void ship. 10 less points, but it's doubled against blast attacks. Ugh. Short-range prow-mounted macro cannons. 4 shots, dealing 14 damage each. Meh. I have profit factor, but nothing I'm too interested in off the cuff, so... We've been strongly recommended, go to Footfall first. Please let us fix the goddamn ship. Void Dock Alpha Row. Yeah, that'll work. Not Adira. That's, my pretty basic battle strategy. Not you. That's just a good rule to follow in general. Don't fuck with the tech priests. Just don't. They're allowed to have guns. Your lordship, forgive me for not welcoming you with the appropriate obeisance. We were told you would prefer to arrive on footfall incognito, so we're trying to attract as little attention as possible. Yes, that was my request. No need for apologies. Here on behalf of the Liege of Footfall, Lord Vladimir Tokara, the Liege awaits the chance to speak with you at his residence. If you happen to have other business to attend to, I can serve as your guide and tell you about the station. I have some. Cassia's lips curl slightly. This is so familiar. Behind the amber-colored scattering of words in welcome, far less appealing hues lurk, murky and diluted. Look of someone accustomed to lying and hiding their intentions. Is there any situation on footfall? Certain problems, your lordship, but the Liege can acquaint you with them far better than I. Fair point. Awareness check succeeded. Behind her polite soft tone, you detect the slightest hint of nervousness. As if she is reciting a reply she has carefully prepared beforehand. Ooh. Really should talk to the Liege about this, she doesn't get a chance to say the rest.
Hey, newcomers! How's this for a warm welcome?
Alright. Team. Kill them all. Surprised this doesn't count as an ambush. Get behind this. Abelard. Get up there. You get behind a little bit of cover, but still have a good, decent sight line to some of them. Actually, this is better for that. Cabela. Be prepared to slay them all. You hide back here. Open the game! Let's see. 4x4 on the battlefield, the front line. All allies on the front line gain a bonus to armor. All enemies suffer more damage from any source. No line of sight to target. Fuck you. What do you... Fuck that! I hate that having any cover at all means the player doesn't get line of sight, but the enemies always still fucking do. It's really annoying. The rear. Deal extra damage with range attacks, over-penetration, and critical hit chance. R to rotate. The rear is absolutely where I am. The back line. Cover efficiency, dodge, and dodge reduction. Magenta. Move herself into that row too. And there's a front line for Abelard to exploit. And now she can't name Angoth because of fucking reasons. Abelard, bring it down. Fall into a burning pit of fire. Ooh, this guy's durable. Chopped to friggin' pieces. And then just There we go. Another death from above charge for having done that. Just go over into this so you're all nice and durable. Jesus Christ!
Scared yet?
You're thinking of you. Oh, now that's nice. Oh, of course, the overpenetration didn't trigger because it didn't feel like it. And all the things I could have done to make it work anyways. Pascal. Show them the truth of brutality.
Let's get to it. Look out.
Killed your own guy first.
Out of my way!
No, stop. No, I mean cancel the movement. Jackass game. No, cancel it. Stop bringing shit up that I'm not telling you to do. Are you fucking kidding me? Run up on him.
Let's get to it! Let's get
Know
to
that
it.
we can do it. Yeah, okay, cool. Why did you move that far? That really is just fully bullshit. Kill. Let's see. You're my prey. I just do. I guess I can only have one. Oh, 3 charges at the start of combat, right? You're my prey. And you're my prey. Double kill. Do you fucking mind? Da-da-da. Let's start exploiting you. There. Fuck you. Pascal, would you kindly chop the son of a bitch in half? Ooh, just his hand. Close enough, though. You don't be dealing damage right now.
I can handle this.
Poor decision. Fuck's sake! Every enemy has a shotgun now. Never mind how they don't seem to work that well when I try to use them. I guess they work fine, I'm just salty. God fucking damn it. Abelard. Hit him with the reckless kind. Because they're not getting back up from that.
Let's make it quick.
Jeez, fucker. Get down from there. Cat's trying to get up on top of my computer, but that's not allowed. Die in agony. There. Battle over. Jesus Christ. Shivering young servant looks up at you with horror in his eyes. Protect me. They killed. Was that an attack right on the dock? Your lordship, those guys were Anvers. They're a gang. They're the worst, I'm telling you. They're scared of no one, not even Liege Takara. This kind of thing happen often around here. Shooting, yes. Attacks on nobles not very often, unless it's the Anvers. They're vicious. And a week goes by without them killing and gutting somebody. They're wicked heretics. Respect nothing. They follow no rules. Report this to the Liege. Yes. I'm sorry, your lordship. I'll just go report to the Liege. They killed her. They killed my lady. Oh, this is terrible. Whoa, I do not need this many fucking chain swords. No, thank you. What is this? Combat shotgun. It is way stronger than the foe hammer, that's for sure. So, might look at that. Weighty axe. Not as good as the Omniscient axe. Flak armor. This is better medium armor than his holy vestment, frankly. You uses light. You also use light. This is what you're already wearing. These chainswords compare? They don't. It's just a new thing, so it thought I wanted it. Okay, that, honestly, it doesn't change his aesthetic that much, so I think it's fine. And he could do with more armor. Ah, you doing a little got no legs dance? I broke my knees and I didn't see a doctor, and now I can do this dance? What do we have here? Strange memo. The holy book by the altar. That void damn customs guy, he's always on duty. Does he get any time off? Does he ever leave for a piss? Is he a servitor or something? Guess what? Hanger by the window. Remember to bow to the Emperor through the window. Corpse looks horrifying. The victim was thoroughly beaten before being shoved into the crack. I'll never know what the rest of it said. Actually, hang on. Crack between the boxes. One of the hands is clutching a blood-stained paper. First glance, these look like standard containers, but their frames have been reinforced and their sealing improved to keep the smell in. These are used to transport contraband.
Alpha Row, the best dock on footfall. It is clean, well-equipped, and caters to a higher class of traveler. By local standards, that is.
Labeled Destination Yanis, covered in dust. Must have spent a long time at the docks. What loads of cargo? What have we here? Leaflet. We need no rules or leaders. We are not an organization. We are a force of nature. AMV. But Abelard, have you not figured out how to get to that spot? Ah, we have numbers. Wonder what those are about. That must be the secret number thing to go in. Put all those in cargo, don't need them. Add those to cargo. Add to cargo. Regular shotgun can go to cargo. Bowhammer, I like it so it can stay, but the long lads can go to cargo. Holy book by the altar, void damn customs guy. Guess what? Hanger by the window. I don't think that's related to this, because that's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Because that thing was... That's 1, 3, 4, 5. Writing to inform you that 2 days ago, the discharge was interrupted by a raid launched by the Anvers gang. In the attack, 3 loader servitors were put out of commission. Furthermore, 1 cargo container, serial number FVDA1-161615, was stolen, along with its contents. Rank 5 functionary Morbacio Cavalli. On Valencia ship, you may pass without check. An order came from the Liege to let you through. Damn well better have. Hang on. Rank 5 functionary. Void damn customs guy. Hang on. I'm gonna note this down, because this might be the order to press those in, because it is still 4 buttons. And this might mean the second button to press is number 5. And the thing is, I only need to discover what 3 of them are, because there's only 4 options. So, guess what? That one must be whichever one they don't have another hint for. Holy Book by the Altar. Rank 5 functionary Alangar Quistorus. Just also says that. We have this, what's this goods here? Now is our time, not theirs. Go to their homes, drag them out of their beds, carve open their bodies like carcasses at a slaughterhouse. The Imperial Navy, Casbalica, Corda, von Valancius, their names mean nothing now. Tomorrow we'll erase them from memory. Go and seize power, as much of it as you can, A and V. Walls of this container have rusted in its contents right away. Situations not uncommon for shipments trying to pass through Imperial customs. Destination Yanis, covered in dust. And we're back over here. No football, you can rest here, away from the irksome rabble. Finest wines from Yanis. There's a bunch of aristocrats. Hangar A1. I'm looking for like an altar. Suppose there wouldn't be one over here. Opticon 22. The tall, hunched tech priest stares at you unblinkingly. A breathing mask conceals his gaunt features. The skin on his hands is of a sickly gray hue, while his augments show signs of combat damage and are plated in black chromium, giving him a general air of lugubriousness. One moment. Looking or sounding sad and dismal. Got it. Just say that. Initiating identification procedure. This unit is defined as Logis Opticon 22 and is a fully authorized representative, structural part, of the Cognizance Fleet and the priesthood of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Access has been granted to the following options: information exchange, strengthening of diplomatic links, trade deals/donations. Initiating official greeting procedure for esteemed, high value, visitors, glory, success, to House von Valancius. Binaric aria begins to flow from the scratch vox attached to the tech priest's chest. Requesting information exchange regarding contractual obligation, Logisticar Theta. Pascal and Opticon 22 exchange glances and a short series of binaric signals before bowing their heads in satisfaction. Opticon 22's head bows noticeably lower than Pascal's. What is Logisticar Theta? On the contractual obligation in question, 34.761 Terran cycles ago, the Explorator Cognizance Fleet received from representatives, authorized units of the von Valancius dynasty, volume of high-grade promethium equal to the fuel capacity of 6 Tantalian void tankers. Received it, and they didn't pay. Compensate, remunerate, settle accounts. Should I go on, or is that enough synonyms? The stipulated payment reciprocal offering from the Cognizance Fleet can be made to von Valancius assets at the current time, after which the contractual obligation will be fulfilled, archived. Confirm your status regarding acceptance of the payment reciprocal offering. Confirm I'm willing to accept the payment. The request is accepted. Sacred machines will be loaded into the hold of your vessel. Contractual obligation Logisticar Theta is concluded. Cognizance Fleet thanks House von Valancius for its cooperation. Mobile mining outpost assembled in accordance with the Blessed Standard template construct. All industrial complex can be deployed on practically any world, however inhospitable. Surf plan assigned to it will devote itself to the maintenance of its sacred mechanisms and the extraction of resources needed by the rogue trader. Want to make trade deals? What kind of stuff do you have? Some more of those. Ratobi pattern bolter. Interesting. Weber. What is this? Just, two-hander. Chirurgeon's manual. +8 to Medicae. Also grants toughness bonus, movement points after using a medkit. A plasma pistol. Ratobi pattern. Omniscient axe. Will to live. A one-handed sword. Enemies adjacent to the wielder have their toughness reduced by Wielder's psi rating. Ah, it's a force sword, actually. Portative manipulator. Using reload on any weapon costs 1 AP less, minimum 0. Precise las gun. Alright. Large medkits. Targeting visor. Chance to hit targets at a range of 10 or further by 20%. That would be pretty good for me. Power axe. Vigoring resolve. Whenever the wearer and allies in a 2-cell radius gain momentum, they also gain an equal amount of temporary wounds. Huh. Heavy plasma gun. Slick body glove. Light armor at 40%, wow. 20% dodge against enemies with perception lower than that of the wearer. And 10% dodge against ranged. Wow. Arc rifle. Hit a target with the arc rifle, also attack all targets within 2 cells of the main target. Bread of concentration. Gains an additional 1 AP for each consecutive turn the wearer is not moved, stacks up to 5 times. That would also be useful for me. Deadly repeater. Two-handed light. 30% chance to gain 1 more attack action after a kill. Proved injector. 1 temporary wound from combat stimulants. First use of any stimulant per turn costs 0 AP. Wow. Inflicts a damage over time effect. They gain a stack of the inevitability effect. They 10 stacks of inevitability. They deal 5 direct damage to all enemies suffering from any damage over time effects. Force field emitter. After using run and gun, 15% cover efficiency while in cover. Heavy emergency cutter. Each attack with this saw increases the wielder's crit damage by 2%. Lasts and stacks and lasts. Force focus melt-a-gun. It's just a melt-a-gun. Fortress World Origin, Tempestuous Carapace. Heavy armor at 65% with 2 deflection against ranged attacks, and if you've got the right world, an extra 10 toughness. Let's start giving you guys, because I got stuff that I'm more than happy to trade. That brought us up to rank 4, actually. Oh, deflection gloves. Parry melee attacks with a ranged weapon using ballistic skill instead of weapon skill. That could be useful if I was in melee with a shotgun frequently. At 5, I start getting... You gotta get real high. You gotta get above 5 to start getting access to cool stuff. But I will definitely be doing shopping here. Doing trade here, I mean. Oh, hey, a corpse. Enforcer Light Carapace. I mean, it's just good light armor. Who wants it? I'm trepidatious to give it to you in case it's ugly. What was this? Oh yeah, that's a heavy thing. This can go into cargo. That doesn't look good on you. I hate to say it. Like, agility bonus % dodge and parry against melee, an extra 5 agility just seems better. 95% dodge is better than an extra 5% armor. I need to talk to no citizens. Yeah, how are we set up? We're set up fine. Ooh. Grenadier's Cloak. Wearer and their allies are immune to damage from the wearer's grenades. That could be nice under certain circumstance. Marked foodstuffs, but it's empty and by the looks of it, has not been moved in a while. Now is our time, not theirs. Go there, huh? Yeah, I found one of those. Here's the altar. Life of St. Drusus, Volume 3. I think I'm onto something. Holy Book by the altar would be 3. So it's 3-5, and then a 50-50 on the last two, frankly. There's only two other possibilities. What was the last one they said? Hangar by the window. Remember to bow to the Emperor through the window. Oh, hangar by the window, that was A1. 3-5, then it would be 3-5-4-1, if I'm reading this correctly. And the Emperor sent his angels here, and they used their swords to carve this majestic statue from an asteroid. Small altar, central spot has been given to Drusus, a saint from the neighboring Calixis sector, who's widely revered in the Coronis expanse. And I saw hangar A1, I was like, what does that mean? And I didn't put together at the time, because I don't remember something if I'm not looking directly at it at that moment. We have one, so 3-5-4-1, I believe is the order. I'm gonna save, because I don't trust myself. Ha-ha! And my reward. Bunch of stuff, actually. A multi-key, nice. Bunch of cargo. Psyker's footwear. 3% dodge till the end of combat for each psi power they use stacks. If I put a Psyker in my team, sure. Interrogation goggles. 5 bonus hits to lure Xenos and a 10% hit chance against Xenos. Immune to burning. And end their turn, burning is removed from all adjacent allies. Nothing too game-breaking, but we start fighting the Xenos scum. Those badass sunglasses could be mine. To the rest of Footfall. Shadow Quarters. What's that about? Something over there.
The Shadow Quarters. When I was last on Footfall, I used to take my weapon and wander this area, anticipating an encounter with a mutant or a bandit.
I enjoy it here. This place reminds me of the flagship's freight line. Almost like home.
Wasn't time that destroyed these tiles. They were definitely pried out with purpose and diligence. We got... Now's our time not there is another one of those. No rules or leaders. You require both of those things. Ooh. There's a flamer like that, you idiot. We're almost refueled here. We'll show you how it's done. Did I have a reason to come here? There's no villain anymore, that's all. Guy's pretty much a cinder now. It was a lot more fun when he was alive and thrashing about. I guess there was that, like that hint I got from those pirates who I definitely didn't immediately betray. For the fun of it. More Anver thugs. Look at that, here comes another training target for us. Fire it up, you lot. You want fire? Pascal's gonna show you what fire fucking looks like. Cassia, you get behind this. I'll be here-ish. I think that still gives me a decent shot at some of the enemies, though this might be a little better. Abelard, you get up in there. Cabela, you as well. Get up in there. Since you're not getting your turn right away. At least be in half cover. Voice of command. Air of authority. You are the rear, Ngoth. With your gun. What the fuck? Why would that jump over there? No line of sight, because of course you don't have one. Because what the fuck is being able to see what's right the fuck in front of you at all? Alright, do that at least. Take a turn, Ngoth. No line of sight. Because of course there isn't. Why would there be a line of sight to the target from fucking here? There's a pillar in the way, apparently. Why couldn't I have just known that off the top of my head? This is stuff I don't need. Ah, almost murdered that guy outright. Good job, me. And he's on fire for some reason. I don't remember doing that. Jeez, that's a lot of bullets. Did you just stun your own team?
Here we go. Out of my way.
You're not gonna make it. Sorry to tell you. Ow. Okay, the fire didn't go off on you for some, or it just didn't do that much, I guess. Jesus Christ! What the? Alright, we're reloading the entire game, and I'm never coming down here again. I don't care. I'm not fucking dealing with that shit. You run over, deal 40 damage in one turn? No. I don't care what your reasoning is. I don't care what you're trying to do, game. Fuck you, I'm not playing that. That is not acceptable behavior from you, game. I expect better. Hush! Go away. I am not playing with you right now. Cat will not be quiet. Going to the atrium, where our quest actually leads us, because I guess I have nothing better to do. Playing with you. Loading screen, every screen's a loading screen.
This place was intended to be merely a hall within the temple, but now a whole city has been squeezed into it.
A rational decision. Ecclesiarchy temples lack the critical functionality that a void station requires, unlike the chapels of the Adeptus Mechanicus.
Alright, stop arguing, you two. Poems appeared here back when the station was founded. It was assumed that Footfall would become a wondrous palace in the stars. We can all dream. Some more of these friggin' leaflets. They're everywhere. Pascal, crack this open for me. There's some cargo. That's fine. Use the cogitator. Logic 100%. Why'd I do that? I'm sure I'll have a reason at some point. Just give me a minute or two. Pascal, crack this one. It's all mine. Over, get the goods, a great sword, and Commander's Monocle. Whenever an ally under the effect of the wearer's Voice of Command ability makes an attack during an extra turn, the attack deals an extra % damage. 15%. Yeah, you're getting that. This great sword. I think honestly, because there don't seem to be shields, why don't I just give you this? And you really don't cleave at all, so... I mean, why not give you the big one? Go by type. Where was the sword I just picked up? Add those to the cargo. Here's a monocle for you, dear. The hell is this? Oh, a corpse. Numerous wounds and injuries indicate this was a particularly brutal murder. The letters A and V are carved into the victim's shoulder blade. How nice. How beauteous and wonderful. Beautiful and wondrous, even. Gunsmith's Guild. Anderson's courier service letter for you. There's another fucking pamphlet from A&V. Burn it. Thank you. Well, since I received the letter, oh, it's some young lady who's smitten with me. No, these are bills. Emperor's Light is sacred. Any who defy it are wicked and profane. This, and never turn a blind eye to wickedness. Heart of Footfall is a colossal statue of the Emperor carved from a single asteroid. With the many altars, looks better tended than most places on Footfall. That looks dangerous. I'm gonna be somewhere else while that happens. Xenobeastus unknownus. Cruelty, trickery, rampant mating. Habitat void, doesn't need air. Rocks, fears the Emperor and fire. Dreadful Xenos. They're all dreadful Xenos for sure. Punish the Xenos, a coin for a go. Urukara. Villainy, malice. everywhere, hides among people. Doesn't eat, feeds on blasphemous thoughts. Fears the Emperor, prayer, and righteous thoughts. I don't think any of this is even correct. Elderly, duplicitous, aggressive. Habitat Woods, diet infants 2 to 3 a week. Fears the Emperor and righteous people. They all fear the Emperor, I'm sure they do. To be fair, fear is one of the few reasonable responses to seeing the Emperor in person. He's like 12 feet tall. Wears here shoddy-looking weapons built out of questionable parts. Small food booth, the portions look meager. Whoop. The buzzing crowd is closed in on several harried-looking individuals. Some of their faces are smeared with fresh blood. The angry cries and twisted faces leave no doubt. A massacre is about to take place. Let's cut their throats already. Or are they thinking letting that ship dock on footfall? They're all stricken. No, no cutting. We get their blood on us, we'll be tainted too. Better burn them. Hieronymus Doloroso. Oh hey, Argenta said we should speak to him. Be quiet, you scoundrel. A priest, clad in a simple black raiment, cuts through the crowd like a void ship crossing the sky. You dare pass judgment on others? What arrogance to think you have the right. Argenta starts at the sight of the elderly priest. It's Reverend Hieronymus. Rises decided to intervene in a street squabble. Watch. Reverend, but these are heretics. Real heretics. Their whole planet is plagued. Folks say they all died over there, and why is that, huh? Because they're heretics and the Emperor punished them. You know plagues happen irregardless of the Emperor, right? It's not like a... It's not in doctrine that if you're sick, it's because the Emperor hates you. That's not a thing, you dumb shit. We're no heretics. When the people surrounded by the crowd raised his chin. We ran from the heretics, barely escaped with our lives. There's no plague on our planet, only the archenemy's minions. Whole army of them. Spits on the ground. You want to blame anyone, blame those who abandoned our world, blame the governor, blame the tech priest, blame the master of Kiaba Gamma who forsook it in its darkest hour. What's going on here? Who are you supposed to be? Concerned citizen, an armed one. Suggest you think well before giving me lip. Rabble Rouser gives you an appraising look. Got a point there. Wonder if you can back it up. There are 6 of us. Silence! You must be completely out of your minds. A band of woefully dim-witted reprobates who think themselves bringers of justice. Who are you to pass judgment on anyone? All you ought to be doing is suffering and repenting till the end of your days. What's so wrong about that, Reverend? We just want to put these heretics to death. We're not heretics! We're refugees. I swear by the Golden Throne, we served the Imperium faithfully until they hung us out to dry. We're the protectors that were meant to shield the lands of humanity from nightmares. Traitors. Traitors and heretics, a lot of them. Murmur runs through the crowd. The people gawk at you, at the priests, at the wretched group huddling in the center. How tiring. The motley sea of colors that fills this restless crowd is hard on the eyes. So many hues, but most of them are acid yellow streaks of fear. The red buds swelling, ready to burst and paint all who are gathered here. Cassia looks at the crowd of troublemakers warily, and they shudder at the very sight of her. As for the hearts of those who have been forced to defend themselves, they're shrouded in purplish-black grief, but their words are as transparent as the ice that lies at the top of the glacier. Commoners are always deaf to others' suffering, for such is their nature. Interfering in their affairs is hardly worthy of you or me, Ungath. Let's see. It's not really my style to leave out of this, so... All onlookers are to return to their homes immediately. Refugees can go to Dock Alpha Row. I'll speak to you later. Comply or face the consequences. Rebel arousers look at you morosely. I want to get in trouble over this lot. Refugees use the interruption to make off in the direction of Dock Alpha Row. The arrogance and self-righteousness of a malefactor. The priest shakes his head disapprovingly. Then his eyes shift to you. I am Reverend Hieronymus Doloroso, head of the Drusian mission here on Footfall. I thank you for stepping in. Please come to see me when you have the time. We can talk then. Yeah, I intend to... Wait, hey, I mean, you're not even gonna say hi to Argenta? She's right here, dude. Did you not see her? What's up? What is this about? Stall selling old knickknacks for everyday needs. Knick-knack need. In this mishmash of devices and cables, you notice equipment from totally different eras. Some ancient, some merely old, and others hastily tossed together in more recent years. Ugh. Let me... Whoop, nope, that was not what I meant to click. Just checking something real quick. Alright, I'm good. Oh, there's Hieronymus. It's up this flight of stairs here. Mind if I take this first? Hieronymus Doloroso. Man with a face so drawn it appears to be made of nothing but skin and bones fixes his unblinking, bird-like eyes on you. The priest's simple black clothes have next to no adornments, and they do nothing to mask his unhealthy gauntness. In a cracked voice he says, Emperor protects. Emperor protects, Reverend. But he who protects only those who are pure of heart. You think yourself one of them? Be leery of this conviction of yours. Many who have risen to the pinnacle of faith have fallen from it into the embrace of pride most degenerate. You must be the young Von Valancius. That name carries weight, and is a burdensome one, for its reputation suggests that Theodora encumbered it with many a transgression. I wonder, will you seek to shed them, or will you carry them onward, picking them along the way like ripe fruit and savoring their sweet poison? I put my I put my faith in the Holy Emperor, sign of the Aquila. And he meets in kind. Successful. Gives you a scrutinizing look, and then his tone softens. Then be twice as diligent, for this sector will seize any chance to test your faith. He looks at Argenta, who's standing nearby, and his voice softens slightly. Greetings, sister. Congratulate you on your return. Was your pilgrimage fruitful? It was. Reverend, let it be known to you that Theodora von Valancius' ship was attacked by servants of the archenemy, who appall the heart of any righteous soul, she says, nearly hissing with fury. Not all of them met a fitting end, some fled, and more than that, the blasphemous words clearly pointed to this attack being part of a larger design. Reverend Hieronymus, I wish to join the esteemed rogue trader's crew and help protect the von Valancius dynasty from the forces of the archenemy. I am divesting myself of the responsibility of guarding the Footfall Reliquary. I'll let her speak for herself. Hieronymus nods in thought. Follow the call of your soul, sister. Footfall Reliquary will be preserved even without your contribution, as it was in all the years preceding your arrival. Hieronymus smiles sadly. I know what it is that calls you to follow the rogue trader, Sister Argenta. You seek combat, for it helps you to forget how hollow and worthless our lives truly are. It offers the illusion of meaning. Perhaps you will relinquish this illusion one day, or perhaps you will die before that day comes. Regardless, I wish you luck on your new path. But before you start on a path toward your new destiny, I have a request to make of you and your companion. Many among my flock are from the poorest, most dispossessed people on Footfall. They've brought me troubling news from Footfall's shadow quarters, in the darkest corners where the Liege's wardens do not venture. Taint has taken root. Footfall is consumed by profanity, but even here, true heresy serving the archenemy is a rarity. The cultists who now dwell in the shadow quarters mark their abodes with the sun inscribed in blue and gold, perform strange rituals in secret. The weak find solace in believing these reports to be rumors, but I well know that evil lurks all around us. I wish to see retribution. Come across heresy surprisingly often these days. Indeed, dark times are upon us. Wretched souls growing ever more eager to embrace heresy. Both on Footfall and elsewhere, its foul buds are coming into bloom. Troubling news is arriving from many planets. Whispers of wicked things taking place on Kiava Gamma. Just recently, a transport ship by the name of Navika teeming with refugees arrived on footfall from Winterscale's realm. Their world was stricken with blasphemous sedition. Such was its severity that they had to flee to save themselves. The Liege refused to accept them, and so they headed to Foulstone, a desolate cloister of the righteous. It's wise of them not to linger in this den of vileness. I should go to the Liege with this matter. I do not walk the paths pleasing to the Liege. Hieronymus frowns. Vladame is weak and riddled with worms on the inside. He seeks to please his Kazbalika masters, those peddlers of relics of the unholy Xenos. Verify this rumor, Reverend Hieronymus. With great pleasure. Argento lays a hand on her weapon. Almost wish for the rumor to be true. My heart yearns to battle some heretics. This is where I bid you goodbye, sister. Noble and Goth, is there more you wish to speak to me about? I have a question about faith, actually. My sermon planted the seed of faith in the heart of another rogue trader once, Incendia Corda. Perhaps you're destined to become my second fledgling. Tell me about Incendia Corda, actually. Have you heard of Aspis Corda, pirate, blasphemer, xenophile, and egregious apostate? Incendia is her heir and a rarity among rogue traders. Protection of the Holy Warrant typically leads to the swift atrophy of conscience and pious dread, but not in Incendia's case. She relentlessly hunts down pirates and firebrands, brings rebelling colonies to repentance, establishing strict discipline. The weight of her wrath is great indeed. The colonies she punishes are girded with orbital rings of heretic corpses as a warning to the survivors. As her personal confessor and guide, I find no end to the joy her triumphs and faith bring me. Her intolerance is worthy of respect. Good that you realize this. It may be difficult to admit, but mercy is a weakness and a gateway for degradation. Well, mercy to those deserving of it, I believe, is the opposite. But mercy to the unfaithful, kill them all. Who is the enemy of the Imperium? It has three faces. The inhuman Xenos who wish death upon us simply because they are unlike us. We're so different. We want them to die for different reasons than that, I'm sure. The pitiful subhuman mutants, abominations that wish death upon us because they envy us and are ashamed of themselves. I don't want to repeat the same joke. And the archenemy that reigns in the Immaterium, which wishes death upon us by its very nature. See, that one's just correct. Emperor's servants, who are they? We speak of Adeptus Ministorum. Well, these heralds of his word hold great power. Every priest, myself included, is part of its hierarchy. The ecclesiarchy possess the unique right to judge what is virtuous and what is malign. The Adeptus Ministorum prays and cares for the temples. It seeds missions such as my own to every corner of the dominion of humanity. It fights against heresies. The Emperor bless his faithful servant. You think his mercy extends that far? Seen many who wish to be our shepherds. Power clouds their vision, and their greedy hands scoop up all they can reach. Ecclesiarchy is long overdue for a cleansing. There's a proper way to worship the Emperor. Pray to him, destroy his enemies, and touch not their poisoned gifts. Cast aside all doubt and be vigilant against the weak souls beside you. You see a sign of taint, burn it away without pity. Pain is good, tears the crust of vileness from one's soul. Remember that if you see no fault in you or around you, then you are not being diligent enough in your search. You are being too lenient on yourself, averting your eyes from the truth. Tell me about the Emperor. You think it is so easy to put into words his essence and splendor? No, but I wish to hear you attempt it. The Emperor is the perfect deity that reads our hearts and grants us his light. He led humanity out of darkness and horror. He created our great home. He experienced torment and pain, which only made him stronger. That is a lesson to us all. Purity is not to be found at the bottom of the dirtiest hive, or in golden palaces, but only among the ranks of those who suffer. Genta silently makes the sign of the Aquila, her bright eyes burning with unyielding flame. This priest speaks the truth as a wise spinner would. Vela uses her blade to reopen a recently healed ritual wound on her hand. As we accept the Undying One's blessings, so must we accept pain, for it brings us closer to him. Barnabas looks at Cabela calmly, without the fear that you have seen in many. He says quietly, "Spinner of the blood-spun web. People have mentioned your cult to me in their confessions. My mission does not approve of your barbaric ways which too often cross the line. Yet we respect the depth of your devotion to him. Many would consider your remarks about the ecclesiarchy to be heretical. Many others would find them truthful, and the preacher of a radical teaching that renounces fear left the bounds of the blessed Imperium to carry his light into the darkness of the frontier. I've come to know depravity firsthand, and am now able to perceive it under any guise. Think I can afford myself a modicum of truth? Thank you. What are you doing on foot for? Am I doing in this den of blasphemers, pagans, and the vilest of souls, you mean to say? In as many words. Footfall is the first and last stop in the Coronis expanse. There's nothing else fucking anywhere. It's a point of arrival for those who have just started on that path, is also where those who are reaching its very end return, their souls wounded and bleeding. I embrace both the former and the latter, so that they may cast an honest eye over their impurity. Furthermore, rumors from across the entire sector amass on Footfall. If I hear crewmen whispering about a reclaimed shrine world, or expressing desire to carry the Emperor's light into the darkness among the stars, I help my flock in their sacred duty. Devoted trailblazers need assistance both spiritual and material. Tools, equipments, even garments and simple everyday items. Anything that might help pilgrims on their long journey during the first days of the harsh frontier life is worth its weight in gold to us. May any help you offer to the effort of gathering such things be blessed. The path of true believers leads into darkness, to search for worlds that have lost his radiance steeped in depravity. Blessed are the deeds of those who give themselves into the void and the warp in hopes that their actions might bring light into the darker reaches of the expanse and deliver a previously barren world into the Imperium's service. Artemis is silent for a few seconds. Oh god, that was a run-on sentence. Oh dear Emperor, help. All the more bitter is the realization that not all brave souls will succeed in their mission. Footfall still awaits news from the Wasteland Wayfarer, an ancient ark of a ship headed for distant stars. Her last astropathic message was sent from beyond the Cinerus Maleficum, and the stars have kept her fate secret since. I bear another, darker duty. The expanse is filled with the tainted creations of unholy relics. These insidious objects are a danger to the souls, but I know not what to do with them. But I know what to do with them. Should you on your travels come upon dangerous, corrupted objects, bring them to me. The reward for your vigilance will be even more generous. Drusian mission has much to share with the rogue trader. I'd like to see it. Let me see. That did not get me a lot from them. Enforcer helmet. Targets of taunting screams suffer minus 14 of their willpower tests against this ability. Plus 15 bonus to Lore Imperium. That's not bad. Bloodhound staff. Navigator staff. First use of an attacking navigator power per turn does not set the power on cooldown and does not count toward the attack limit per turn. Second use of this power, or the use of a different attacking navigator power on the same turn, deals an additional 6 damage to all targets and 6 direct damage to the navigator. Willpower and perception. Wow. Let's see. Elite chain sword, that's cool and all. Sanctified staff. Sanctic power. Whereas first melee attack in combat cannot be parried or dodged. 15% bonus to damage against enemies that dealt damage to the wearer this round. Meh. A heavy bolter. A power claymore. Camaraderie badge. Hits an enemy with a melee attack, the wearer's nearest ally gains 7 temporary wounds. Temporary wounds granted by this item do not stack. Deathworld Enforcer Light Carapace. 10% dodge against human enemies and 10 agility. That's pretty good for light armor. Multi-keys Cloak of Hatred. Each enemy killed by the wearer's area attacks increase the wearer's damage 3% until the end of combat. 10 bonus to willpower, 15% damage to psychic and navigator powers, minus 10 penalty to weapon skill and ballistic skill. Rusty heavy rock saw. Spinner's breastplate. Oh yeah. That's just an upgraded version of what Cabela's already wearing. Reconstructed flamer pistol. Warworld Enforcer Carapace. Armor against humans, 10% dodge. Deathworld War Boots. 15% dodge reduction bonus for attacks with melee weapons, that's not bad. Bonus to parry reduction. They have Conviction Iconoclast. All allies gain 10% hit chance against enemies adjacent to the wearer. Automatically dodges allies' melee attacks. That's okay. Heavy Flamer, Silent Death. Whenever the wearer suffers a trauma in combat, if they have more than 0 wounds, they immediately regain 12 wounds. 10% dodge if weapon skill is more than 55. Murder's Penance. Make an Inferno pistol shot at short range once per combat. Shot deals 10 to 14 damage. There's 40% armor pen. Triumph of Retribution, a one-handed sword. Kills an enemy with this weapon. Veil degradation is reduced by twice your psi rating. So it's a force sword, yeah. Deals additional psi rating damage. Critical damage of where it hurts, including damage from the attack itself, and from extra instances of damage over time effect by 10. Roaring Thunder. Thunder Hammer deals +3 damage, grants a stacking chance to stun enemy for 1 turn for each point of the enemy's deflection. Toughness resistance test negates this effect. Field of Death. Kills an enemy with Blade Dance. Other enemies adjacent to the wearer become staggered. Condensed Carapace. Critical hit chance in melee combat, increase 8%. 10% dodge against humans. So yeah, this would be really good. If I could eventually get that. That'd take a while, though, I presume. Wait, blocked passage. Abelard, crack this open. Thank you for helping with the jar of pickles. Pascal. More cargo. Like pretty flowers overgrown with weeds, the halls of Footfall's former palaces and temples have been overrun by the shabby houses of the present-day inhabitants. Cogitator. I got this one. Open another door up. And goods are... Unyielding Vanguard. All allies in a 2-cell radius around the wearer have 40% bonus to resolve from the Unyielding Beacon ability instead of the original bonus. That could be good, I guess. Quarantine on suspicion of Stone Plague outbreak. Quarantine breakers will be executed on site. Trophies packed as cargo. Alright, let's see what all this hubbub is about, at last. Or not. I can just walk past them, because who gives a crap?
Because Baraka trades Xeno artifacts on Footfall. They're fairly blatantly at that. And the Ordo Xenos is in no hurry to rectify the situation.
How often does the how much influence does the Ordo Xenos actually have here is the question. Vladame Tokara the Liege. That's just him? Just over there? My patience. You remember the way out. Dismissed. Tall man in austere gray makes a show of looking past the woman he's addressing. Vladame, Vladame, Vladame. What, Ozzy, put such harsh words into your mouth? You talk like you're an Imperial clerk, not one of us. The woman, who is standing with her back to you, lets out an ostentatious sigh. Then her tone changes dramatically. Where's my cargo, Vladame? Falco has it, doesn't he? So that's how you do business with your old friends these days? So you don't remember. And the help will remind you. Guards, escort her out. Idari, move. Massive guard leans down to the woman and says in a lowered voice, Jay, get going while he's letting you. Go drown your sorrows at the Masochist. Thank your lucky stars you're able to walk out the door. You won't get the chance next time. Persona non grata. All sorts of questeries. First an insult, now threats. See, courtesy and tact are no longer a valued commodity on Footfall. Oh well, I'll find myself a better deal. She turns on her heels and heads towards the exit. She passes you by, she gives you a quick once-over, winks at you, then immediately turns away with a flip of her jet black hair. Wonder who that was. Probably never see her again, not like she had a friggin' model in the game or anything. The tall man, who has long since noticed your presence, is studying you intently. La Dame Tokara, Liege of Footfall. Let us please proceed to my office. A spread befitting a visitor of your rank is waiting. Your entourage will be accommodated nearby. Let's go. Please follow me. While you are engaged in small talk, you get a chance to take the measure of Liege Tokara. His expression is aloof and focused, his gestures curt and firm, and his speech calm and quiet, though he is used to people always listening to what he says. Judging by his observant gaze, he's been studying you in turn this whole time. La Dame straightens in his chair and says in a polite, but completely indifferent tone, "Let's talk business. On behalf of the elite of Footfall Station, I offer you my condolences, Lord von Valancius. We mourn Lady Theodore's loss, and we hope this sentiment is taken as a sign of our good intentions and in willingness to cooperate." Thank you, Liege. Terrible loss for us all. I hope that under your guidance, the dynasty can recover from this blow and attain even greater power. I'm impressed by your prudence. A decision to arrive on Footfall incognito without announcing either the death of the previous rogue trader or your own status. It was quite wise. The rumors will spread sooner or later. It's impossible to keep secret something that's known to the thousands of people serving on a void ship. But for now, you are free to reap the benefits of anonymity. As you may have noticed, Footfall is currently in a state of crisis. People would benefit from the patronage of a figure such as yourself. Who's that woman the wardens threw out? La Dame's expression hardens, and he makes a frustrated gesture. A dead woman walking. Some, however, still call her J. Heidari, small-time hustler with big ambitions who'll lead her to a sticky end. Strange, a small-time hustler, even a particularly audacious one, wouldn't likely quarrel in public with a figure as important as the Liege of Footfall. Seems stranger still is that the Liege knows this small fry by name. She is irrelevant. Since I'm the one in control of the situation on Footfall, I can speak on behalf of all its noteworthy residents. It was attacked right at the docks. An outrageous stunt to show up disrespect for both you and me. Sadly, such incidents on Footfall are akin to natural disasters. Impossible to predict or preempt, they simply happen. Many consider Footfall to be a pirate den, but believe me when I say that there is a difference between organized crime and gangs of thugs who have nothing to lose. You were attacked by the latter. The Anvers are a gang of punks who spit on our customs and hierarchy. Even their leader is more akin to an ideologue, rabble-rouser who calls for people's heads, not a commander. Sooner or later, we will find him and have him strung up. It will likely cool his followers' enthusiasm. Behind the carefully built facade of composure, you sense anger. It appears this man is not used to losing control. That is exactly what is happening. I'd like to know more about the Amvers gang. Why haven't they been dealt with yet? He grits his teeth slightly before answering. Been using all my resources to delay the moment when the situation is hit by when the station is hit by famine. Haven't gone around to the Anvers yet. Detrimental as they are. They're no players. When their leader dies, the rest will scatter. Sorry for the loss of your assistant. What? Oh, that. Yes, her death was a regrettable development. It's like... What? Oh, right. I did lose an assistant, that's right. No, her own assistants seem to mourn her. Thought you might care. You clearly don't. Whatever. Situation in the region. Troubling. Xenos raids are growing more frequent, trade is suffering, and fringe worlds are going under. Rumors of atrocities being committed by enemies of humanity are causing excessive panic due to their exotic nature. The core of the Imperium forces in the Coronis Expanse has departed for the sector's borders to combat the Xenos threat. There's been no word from them for a while now, and again with the distance and the current issues with astropaths is not entirely out of the ordinary. Still, we are not yet alone. Several of the worlds hit by Xenos attacks, we've received reports of fierce warriors who descended from the sky and entered the fray. Fragmentary accounts lead me to believe that the blessed Adeptus Astartes are operating in the Cronus Expanse. I await news of their victories with great anticipation. Commonly known as Space Marines, these genetically engineered super soldiers are the most powerful and ferocious warriors of the Imperium. There been any Xenos attacks on Footfall? No, there haven't. Attacking Footfall in general is not a particularly reasonable thing to do. Many ships are docked here at any given time, and even the listed weapons on board them would make for a decent fighting force. That's not even to mention the firepower that our esteemed merchants have shamefully hidden from the station's customs officials. Yeah, say what you want about pirates, they'll shoot a Xeno attacking them. For us here, Xenos are more of a source of income than a threat. But Dame Frieza is gauging your reaction. You should consider your words carefully. A mission like that sounds dangerously close to heresy. I hear you. You must have misunderstood. What I meant was loyal servants of the Emperor often trade their spoils here on Footfall, including those claimed in battle with otherworldly beasts. Any other forms of interaction with Xenos are, of course, persecuted without mercy. Yes, that's what I expect to hear from you. What sort of patronage would you seek from me? Protection. Not military protection, but a different kind of security. You have, of course, already encountered difficulties with warp navigation on your way here. I'm afraid the scope of these difficulties extends far beyond this area. Reports of disrupted routes and ships vanishing during short jumps are coming in from across the entire sector. Communication with the Calixis Center has been extremely unstable. Of the ships that have dived into the maw in recent years, none have yet returned. The last ship that came through the maw from the other side was struck by a temporal anomaly. Jump took almost 2 decades in real space-time. You've heard of periods of warp instability, including cases where the maw would become completely inaccessible for navigation for years on end, thus temporarily cutting off the Cronus expanse from the Imperium. Even so, Vladame's words are particularly alarming. Seems that something has had a profound effect on the maw. Huge warp storm stretching across the galaxy. And this brings us to our main issue. Footfall is a repair shipyard and a trading post. We barely produce anything ourselves and are largely dependent on incoming shipments, especially food shipments. The station naturally has some reserves, but the supply issues didn't start yesterday. Footfall would be obliged if House von Valancius would assist us by signing a contract for food deliveries. I can't be the only one you've asked for help. Naturally. Tried contacting other rogue traders. The terms of House Corda would have bled Footfall dry. And as for the esteemed Caligos Winterscale, instead of a food shipment from him, I received a transport, the Navica, packed with refugees. I had to send them off to Foulstone. So many extra mouths to feed would have only worsened the crisis further. Suppose all these warp fluctuations have created more pressing concerns for Lord Winterscale. So I put my faith in you, the third and last of Footfall's allies. Footfall is cut off from its shipments, local gangs are running wild, and local hustlers are throwing tantrums in your residence. You positive you're in control? So what are the terms of this deal? I'll not insult him to his face. It's simple. Delivery of food shipments from your fertile hills. Yanis, I imagine. I'm quite familiar with that jewel of the von Valancius Protectorate. In exchange for fair payment. The payment will be unfair, and I will be robbing you blind, but you'll remain in charge. Do we have a deal? Like, oh man. See, very well. I see no reason to overplay my hand at this point. Vadim takes a quick sip from his glass. I'm immensely obliged, your lordship. Assume you're going to need time to get the shipments up and running. I can wait. My end, I promise you complete cooperation with your endeavors. I have some questions about Footfall. Rest assured, I'll be candid. My lips are bound by the oath of service. What exactly interests you on Footfall, this abode of merchants, xenotech traders, and only a few bandits? What oath were you referring to? There's a certain custom on Footfall. Any rogue trader who arrives at the station and docks is considered to be its absolute ruler. The liege their loyal servant. That makes me your servant. Name's arrogant bearing contradicts his words. However, as long as you remain incognito, it will be difficult for you to use this privilege. Keep this in mind if you wish to communicate with the less knowledgeable inhabitants of the station. For them, you are an ordinary visitor to Footfall. A fascinating custom. Useful, too. Don't let him know what I'm thinking. Defer to your judgment, your lordship. Tells me you used to be a bit of a bandit yourself. You aren't wrong. My past was long and bloody, but in the end I rose from running a gang that had staked its claim to a treatment filter station to becoming the liege of Footfall. Many died to make this possible, and those who survived figured it would be more convenient to put me at the head than continue to slaughter of the turf war. Can only hope that my elevation and the peace that came with it have done the station good. Much has become clear. There be no misunderstanding between us, your lordship. It was the reins of the xenogoods trade. The Kasbalika Mission, criminal syndicate that has seized control of the entirety of the cold trade in the sector. Xenos creations are in high demand, so every single colony has a Kasbalikan agent or two. Posing their commercial interests is a lot more dangerous than using their merchandise. He glances at you cautiously. Not intimidated by them, obviously. I do everything in my power to keep them away from Footfall. My power has its limits. No more questions? Glad to have satisfied your curiosity. I want to go to make a few deals here on the station. Here, I am the main dealer on the station. It would be disrespectful of me to suggest that you take your business to Footfall traders of lesser importance. Still, you might take an interest in a few people of note. Reverend Hieronymus Doloroso. Servants of the Ecclesiarchy is rumored to purchase sacred relics from captains, and other traders don't seem keen on becoming his competitors. Looking for goods that can entertain you, find Octaviana at the establishment called the Adeptus Amesicus. Chemical bliss that she offers is refined and possesses a satisfactory degree of purity. Just don't ask her to pour you her signature drink. Meant for common Footfall rabble, not discerning clientele, and you will be dead in the hour. Interest in your wares? I'm at your service. Expect most generous discounts. I have a bit of trade on list. Not much, though. Orthlak pattern stub revolver. Just a pistol. Commissar boots. Choose an ally as the target of their ability. The wearer immediately gains MP. Ally gains MP at the start of their ally's next turn. Let's see. Wearer spends 10 attacks of tactical advantage. They gain 1 resolve until the end of combat. That's not bad. A hex rifle. When the shot hits, it poisons the target with a viral toxin for 3 rounds if the enemy fails a toughness resistance test. So this is a sniper rifle, actually. 6 damage toxin. Bladed boots. Hits an opening with the charge slash or dance macabre abilities. They inflict bleeding 10 on the target. Get telepathy staff. Precise bolter. Torment bracelets. Where it deals damage to an enemy, forcing that enemy to move, the enemy suffers 1 to 3 additional warp damage for each cell they remove during the wearer's turn. And adhere to heresy, and it's increased to a d6. Drakari Clave. 2-handed melee. It's just a sword, but it's a really strong one. Anatomist's Amulet. The wearer inflicts bleeding, burning, or toxin effects. Target gets an additional 2 stacks of this effect. Wow. Fusion gun. Damn. Eldari weapon. Outcast Visor. Whenever the wearer kills a target with a single ranged attack for the first time in combat, the wearer immediately gains an additional attack this round. That would be useful for me for killing off stuff. Kasrakin gauntlets. 10% bonus crit hit. Doubles if the wearer is not moved during their turn. Psyker's breastplate. Chance of triggering psychic phenomena at 10%. Psychic phenomena, Perils of the Warp manifests, wearer gains additional psi rating until the end of combat. 2 deflection if willpower is over 50. I know who could use that. Calibrated heavy stubber. Ball projectile. Okay, so that's interesting. Tactical boots. Attempts to make an attack of opportunity against the wearer. The enemy is pushed back 1 cell before the attack is able to hit the wearer. Wow. Successful single attacks inflict stun on the target for 1 round if the target fails a willpower resistance test. -5 penalty. Allies gain Navigator's Perception bonus, or personality. Which was it? Perception, yeah. On their first turn. Additional MP. That would be really good for her, actually. We want to be moving. Storm Bolter. Vortex Pendant. 5 willpower each time they choose an ally or themselves as a target of an ability. Effect remains until the end of combat. Stacks. That's really strong. First Bringer, Force Sword. This weapon hits, the target must pass a willpower resistance test or suffer warp burn. This warp burn deals fuck you damage with in their turn with penetration percent armor penetration. Target must pass an agility test to stop burning, and I'm guessing it's the psi rating. Yeah, it's a psi rating. Heavy Xenomesh. 2 deflection against non-human enemies. The Roar. Targets hit by this rifle are forced to move 2 cells away from the shooter. This is exotic. I could put it on. I think it's... Yeah, it's Deadeye shot, so it's a sniper rifle. And it's actually got even more range than my current one. Mezzo pattern sniper rifle, so just an even better one of the rebels. Blade Dancer's Mantle. Death from above deals an additional 12 mental damage. Blade Dancer's Bracers. Hit made with Blade Dance increase the wearer's crit chance by 6% until the end of the wearer's turn. That's really strong. Bane of Sorrow. Eldari weapon. Additional 33% damage to Drakari. First round of combat, wearer gains a number of additional attacks equal to their psi rating. This guy's got a lot of cool shit. Lord Captain, I am pleased to report that the inspections have been completed, and all identified system failures have been resolved. The Void Ship is ready to depart Footfall. The crew is waiting for your further instructions. There are also a number of issues that need to be addressed. I'm not headed back to the ship just yet, I'm afraid. I got stuff to do here. A well-groomed young man calls out to you. He's clean-shaven and dressed in clothes that are expensive but unshowy, with a bright aquila embroidered in a prominent spot. Noble sir, a minute of your time, if you please. I'm Bastian in Derama Bastal Corda. Youngest cousin of House Corda, envoy of Incendia Bastal Corda, rogue trader of the Cronus Expanse by the grace of the Most Holy Emperor. Must be an envoy of Theodora von Valancius? I noticed that you arrived on the esteemed lady's ship. Corda, some of the most influential rogue traders in the Cronus Expanse, but not on Footfall. Station is under the control of House Winterscale. Something tells me we're about to hear a most curious offer. What do you wish to speak with me about? Matter of the utmost delicacy. See, you've been to the residence of the Liege. The dame almost certainly appealed to you for assistance in the arrangement of shipments to Footfall. The Van Valancius Protectorate is famed for the abundance of its main agri-world, Janus. It'd be odd for him not to seize on such an opportunity when Footfall is on the verge of famine. However, the Corda dynasty pursues its own interests on Footfall. We've already announced our terms to Liege, but he is stalling, I imagine, in hopes of getting a better offer from you. Corda dynasty believes... He smiles and gives a slight shrug. That cooperation would be preferable for both rogue trader houses. If you refuse Vladim, thereby forcing him to agree to a deal with us, the Corda dynasty could promise you a share of the profits from the future contract, as well as certain other perquisites, whatever that means. Everybody benefits. The Emperor's most loyal servants should be more concerned with carrying his will through the stars and less with divvying up profit among themselves. Regina says disapprovingly, but quietly enough so as not to interrupt the negotiations. Especially when the well-being of one of the Imperium's worlds is at stake, even one such as Footfall. Behind your smile, Master Bastian, teal shadows swirl. Others may not see them, but your worry cannot escape my eye. What are you afraid of? Your house's wrath should these negotiations prove fruitless? Or the wrath of House von Valancius? You mind elaborating on the terms? Not at all. Would you like to take these negotiations somewhere more suitable so I may go over the details? Bastian smiles and opens his mouth to offer another piece of sugar-coated courtesy when suddenly... Death to off-worlders. The Ember's wow. I get help. No one told him he is the help. Prepare for battle. Cassia, get behind that. They really are just friggin' blatant. They just out here. Everybody ready? Cabela? And start producing. Now take a turn, girl. I'm actually not sure if this works. I'm going to see how this works and then if it works. No, that doesn't work the way I want it to. Stop licking. We're gonna reload. I wasn't sure exactly how that was picking targets, and the answer was that it wasn't. Loading is taking some time. Loading screen, every screen's up. Abelard, deal with this. Thank you, Abelard. Endure.
Let's get to it.
Dodge. Stun grenade. I don't think it worked.
Let's make it quick.
Hattie. Kilt. Kilt. Just absolutely murder the fuck out of that guy. Keep going. Keep chopping them up. Forever.
I'm here, maggot.
Killed your own friend. Way to go, dumbass. Fire girl. Running gun. You hit him once at least. Not amazing hit chance. This be better? No, it really wouldn't. Start digging into this guy. I don't fucking trust him. You are my prey. Whoa, time to get fucking shot. And perfect spot. And you know what? I have a plan. Ooh, that hit him hard. Pascal, would you kindly? Thank you, Pascal. You're lovely, you're beautiful.
Hold on.
I have a stun baton, I'll get him.
Let's get to it.
Ugh.
Here we go.
Oh, you came back out. Oh yeah, I forgot to set these up. Should have done that in the first turn, but they wouldn't have been too good anyway. I can't quite see him from that angle. Can see you though. 81. Do this. At least for now. Abelard, would you kindly? Thank you, Abelard.
Out of my way.
Twice dead Lanny.
Die,
Oh.
die. Let's get to it.
Fuck me. I want you to be as far away from that shit stain as possible. Get behind full cover so that doesn't fucking happen again. Jesus Christ. Try shooting this guy. Of course not. I don't know why they decided Argenta's just never gonna have good accuracy ratings. Can I even see anything from here? Is that guy? Could I? Nope, can't shoot him. So I gotta move up. This is the perfect spot for now. Try, buddy. Yeah, I didn't think so, but it was worth checking. Put on some exploits. Too far for that. Okay.
Let's get to it.
You're gonna get your asses killed.
Show me what you've got.
Ah, more guards. Oh, he's benefited from it too recently. Okay, put it on Argenta then. the front line. What do you mean, no line of sight? You're fucking looking at it. Gave her very little movement points. I can't even see Twice Dead. Put that here, I guess. Who cares? Just... That is not what I meant to click on.
Let's make it quick.
How? She has fucking 95% dodge. Oh. The over-penetrate her cover? How many charges does she have? Okay, she can get up on him by using 2 charges. It's raining blood. Hallelujah. And then just chop, chop, chop. Him the old chop, chop. Twice Dead Lanny with some regular Sin Skin. Auspex. 10 bonus to awareness. That's not bad. Scrap chainmail. No thank you. Chain axe? No thanks. There's a note from the atrium. Sector 2, watch your back, make sure you're not being followed. Bastion Corda. Or Bastard. Gas cloud grenade, the only thing he has that I'd want, yeah. Wow, they just shot him in the back of the head. Poor shit. And what do you even do about that kind of thing? Oh, wait. Casing chestplate. Some heavy armor. I take it. I must have missed some stuff. Let's go to Alpha Row. See about those refugees I mentioned. I told them to head over here, and I'll be with them shortly. I suppose I didn't say shortly, but... Oh, hey, Heinrichs is over here. Familiar figure turns to you. Heinrichs van Kalox, interrogator of the Ordo Xenos, bows his head respectfully. Lord Captain? Honored interrogator, what a surprise. Did you perchance leave something in your cabin? Not at all, First Officer Wersarian. Not in the habit of leaving a trail, but I thank you for your concern. Greetings, interrogator. What do I owe the pleasure of this latest visit? Only to our mutual duty to humanity. It is that duty that demands that I disturb your peace once more. I assure you I have had no peace. I believe you. Was able to contact my mentor, report the tragic events that transpired on Rykad Minoris. Also received some information from my agents regarding the movements and actions of enemies of humanity, including the Xenos that we're assuming were involved in the theft of the star. According to their findings, the threat now hangs over other worlds, this time yours, Lord Captain. Heinrichs clears his throat and begins in a pointedly official tone. By the order of Lord Inquisitor Xavier Calcazar, whose duty is to stead sentinel over the Coronis Expanse, the rogue trader of House von Valancius is to take on board the agent of the Most Holy Inquisition and provide escort and support in deeds great and small that serve to safeguard the territories of the Imperium against its enemies. This decree is effective immediately upon announcement and remains in effect until decided otherwise by His Excellency Calcazar. What exactly caused this need to rejoin my crew? Cause is the activity of humanity's enemies, including the cult of the Final Dawn. My absence, the situation in the Coronis Expanse has changed. Received an exhaustive report from my agents. This heresy has taken root in the region where the Von Valancius worlds lie. You probably already know about the fate of the industrial world of Kiava Gamma. If not, then I'll share the details I know, but not here. But a talk on board will not be overheard. Let's see. Rogue Trader von Valancius welcomed the agent of the Golden Throne aboard my ship, take on the responsibility of assisting him in the fight against the evil that threatens humanity. Heinrich gives a reserved nod, and so befitting a righteous servant of the Emperor. Yes. Duty has brought you aboard the Rogue Trader's ship once more, then such is the Emperor's will. Welcome back, Interrogator. Thank you, sister. It's an honor to be traveling with one of the blessed Adeptus Sororitas. Master Van Calox. Cassia's voice is brimming with genuine joy, which she immediately hides behind a facade of highborn primness. Since you are with us once more, I do hope you will find time to finish our conversation about the literary works of Kronhala the Blessed. I will make every effort, Lady Orselio. Must also deliver this to you. Heinrichs pulls out a sealed letter. Lord Inquisitor specified that the contents of this envelope are for your eyes only. Would ask you to read it as soon as you have time. Thank you. That is everything for the time being. Ready to the ship, or do you start business on footfall? For the case, I can either wait for you on board, accompany you as part of your retinue. Be honest. Switch places with Abelard for a minute for me. Is it? Seriously? Okay, the order is irrespective of what I try to do. Yeah, come with me, guy. Come with me, guy. You're very useful. I knew he wasn't just gone from the group. It wouldn't make any sense. I mean, no reason to have a standard if he can have a ripper, you know? And the revolver, even better, in theory. Attacks cost an extra AP, and it's a primitive sword, not even a force blade, so probably don't want to use it. That'd be really useful for him. His intelligence and thing are the same, so why bother? Oh my god, he looks like the Terminator. Got you some interrogation goggles. How'd you know? I have my ways. Give me honest. I'm gonna switch to this thing. Extra crit chance and chance to hit is real good on me. I want to hit, I want to crit. Yeah, I want more crit chance, and that's crit chance, alright. My awareness is currently 50, which is okay. I can add some slow to my single shots, that'd still be pretty good. 60 awareness is better than 50, I suppose. Oh, there's the refugees. Refugees from Kiava Gamma are looking at you, some with apprehensive frowns, some with unconcealed gratitude. This seems dogma stupid. We came with the ship you used to get here. Property of the Von Valancius dynasty. Apologies, we couldn't save it. Ship was damaged during the escape. We're lucky it got us all the way to Footfall. The far dark, so there isn't much use for it anymore. Doesn't look like it's gonna fly anywhere. Local recologists have already removed some of the valuable parts. Tended people take apart whatever's left, scavenge some components. I get a Mechanicus Creations. Map of the Expanse was revealed to me before the Sea of Souls rolled and tangled the paths. How did you, desperate ones, reach Footfall all the way from the Krenak system without a navigator? Frightened by Cassia's appearance, the refugees cover his face with his hands, trembling violently. Please forgive my worthless words. We're feeling our way in the dark, you could say. We added some old maps. Prayed to the God Emperor day and night while our helmsman plotted the course. Miracle must have been your lordship. Happened to Kiava Gamma, and how'd you end up here? We told you everything back in the square. Things are rough on Kiava Gamma. Hey, there isn't even a Kiava Gamma anymore. Planet was attacked by a horde of heretics. They shouted unholy prayers and cut down people left and right. Heard everything from orbit, listening to one voxcast after another. Realized there wasn't anyone left to save, so we thought we'd run. It was like our crew went mad somehow. Captain smashed his own head against a cogitator, so did half the officers. And we survived, did their best to steer the ship in the warp, and here we are. Only 3 ships made it out alive, ours being one of them. We don't know what happened to the other 2, they never made it to Footfall. Maybe they disappeared in the warp, maybe something else happened to them. Hendricks looks at the man closely, then at you. Corrupted voxcast, special breed of heresy that requires knowledge of unholy arts. Kiava Gamma could have fallen under the influence of twisted tech priests. And once they come to corruption, they forget all limitations imposed by faith and delve into unbridled and dangerous research. That's about it. I don't think I necessarily need to attack them. Because the thing is, if what they said is true, then it's not heretical. Because it is not automatically heresy to say that someone else is a heretic. That would be... the Empire would fall apart real damn quick if that's how it worked. If what they said is true, and they have abandoned their sacred duty, then they are free to criticize that abandonment of sacred duty. But we've been going for a hot minute. So I think we're gonna call it here. I'm gonna stop the recording for YouTube here. As always, thank you so much for coming if you came. If you didn't come, you don't get a thank you. Blah blah, YouTube.